Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Can you believe it's already our third day here together? So we are busy in phase 3, which is psychoeducation and skills training. So we're going to finish off with that, look at a few video clips, and then move on with the phases. All right, so yesterday afternoon, we end off with some of the things that you can do either in any child institution or at school, or that can be done to help kids to calm down and to get regulated again. All right, then in terms of sound, there's a lot of brain-based music now available that specifically focus on specific brain waves. So, for example, the delta and the theta waves, or the delta waves are where the brain goes when you sleep, and the theta is where it goes in when you do meditation and get into a deep relaxing state. So yeah, music, playing background music. I've tried that actually a couple of times when I have kids that are quite constantly dysregulated, and so just playing it as background music, and it does make a difference. A fish tank, I think, my first memory of a fish tank is when I was a child, the dentist that we visited had a fish tank. Now, yeah, I don't know if it really took away all the fear of a dentist, but yeah, it is something that helps. Okay, then breaks. Some learners need frequent breaks, so we're going to talk about that as well. I think that comes back to that thing of creating a safe space, simplicity, specifically for traumatized children. Traumatized children are prone to get overstimulated in the same way that different senses, like loud noises or specific smells can overstimulate them in the same way. Too many things to see can also overstimulate them. Okay, the use of regulation tools should be taught. We cannot at all assume that children know how to use them. And learners need, sorry, the freedom to choose which tools they want to use. And that is why it's so good to have a safe space, a nurture nook, a place where they can go to with a little timer. Now that, okay, I'm allowed to stay here for as long as the timer allow me when I turn it around. And I can ask that I need to leave, or I need to go there, or I need some space. Not everything will work for every learner, so it's a quite individualized thing, as we all know that we need different things for our own regulation now. So they need the freedom to access regulation tools whenever they need them. Now think a little bit about your school system or the systems where you are involved. In what way do children have access to regulation tools there? In what way do learners have access to, or have the freedom to choose or to say when they need something to regulate? In what way do they even know that they are dysregulated? And in what way can they choose what's working for them? So regulation kits and spaces should be readily available. Okay, I want you to look at a video of Beacon House. They also they have a lot of free resources available in terms of this topic on their website. So let's look at one of it. Okay, let me just.
The challenging behaviours and mental health symptoms that we so often see in children, teens, and indeed adults can be understood as the individual's best adaptations to their life experiences, and specifically to the danger and threats that they have experienced. Understanding that what you're seeing is an outward sign of a survival response in an individual. This leads us to a very different approach to health, where instead of trying to treat symptoms, we are getting to the heart of the unmet needs within the child that are leading to the difficult behaviours we're seeing.
Welcome to Beacon House online training. Learning from the bottom up and inside out.
Rhythms are vitally important to brainstem calming for children, teenagers, adults. But we're going to think about our young people and our teenagers right now. Slow, repetitive rhythms, tapping, drumming, or stepping to a slow, consistent rhythm support brainstem regulation.
Another lovely proprioceptive activity that you can do in the home together is making bread, making that dough together. Think about all the muscles in your arms and your hands that it takes to knead that dough. You can do it over and over again in a lovely rhythmic fashion. Dancing is another really fun way to wake up the system. Dance together, stomping about, so there's lots of pressure on your feet, but moving and swinging your body so that you're getting that alerting vestibular input too. Sway together, hold each other's hands, be silly and enjoy it.
But how will you know if these ideas are helping? You might notice your big feelings like anger, sadness, worry, or fear might start to get a little smaller. Your body might start to feel different. Your brain might be able to start thinking again. You might even notice that you start to smile or laugh. Remember, your survival animals have helped you so much in the past, and we still need them sometimes when tricky things happen. We don't want them to leave us alone completely, but it would be great if they are a little bit tamer.
I'd like to invite you to see emotional connection, feeling truly seen and heard, understood and loved by your child is one of the most significant and profound strategies that you can use to help build your child's self-esteem.
Another really helpful idea is creating a feelings map. Now, this can be used in many different ways. However, here we're looking at one feeling. By breaking one feeling down, we can start to understand the different aspects of it. And what may end up happening is that you create this incredible thesaurus of your child's emotions, thoughts, and body sensations that can really support their journey through regulation, relating, and reflection.
Mirroring is one of our earliest forms of communication as we develop. Think of the infant smiling back at the parent, the toddler copying move for move their sibling at the dinner table. You may even be aware of your own adult mirroring, perhaps in an interview or trying to emulate somebody who impresses you. Mirroring is all about non-verbal communication and relationship. It confirms our existence in the presence and acknowledgement of another. The object is not to catch your mirroring partner out, but to offer them something reliable and calm that they can connect with.
Yoga is something that you can do with lots of different ages. You can use yoga cards to create a sequence, or have fun supporting each other in the poses, or even make up your own pose. Yoga can help us connect with our bodies, to connect with our breath, and to connect with each other. It can help us become aware of how we move and how we breathe. supporting the interoceptive sense.
To engage in humour is high-level cortical activity and shows a good sense of being regulated and grounded, as well as an understanding and acceptance of the relationship.
As some of our outtakes show, dogs will sit on the child who is trying to lie calmly on their tummies.
Please, mate, I just want to do it. Please, can you stop licking me now?
Or here you can see eyes rolling with distaste when a nurturing song is being offered.
Oh, goodbye, babe.
Children will fall off gym balls when you're trying to offer a nurturing role. Or you'll all collapse together during yoga.
There's nothing wrong with it.
But see how in these instances, they all ended in laughter, and laughter, that wonderful regulating tool. There were also moments, however, that we didn't capture. When our children didn't feel like doing the activity, when they walked off, or when we all got cross with each other because it just didn't go right. All of this is normal. It's okay. We came back together, we adapted, we tried again, or we moved on. So be kind to yourselves. Do what you can, when you can.
And finally, it's time now for us to say goodbye. I'd like to say goodbye by reading one of my favourite poems by Lem Sissay. How do you do it, said night. How do you wake up and shine? I keep it simple, said light, one day at a time.
That's beautiful. One day at a time. Okay, we're gonna watch one more and then we're gonna go on with the theory. I think the one day at a time is a very important concept. If you look at moving from, moving a paradigm.
Specific thing. It's many different. My name is Natalie Pohl, and I am the principal of the George School in Brockton, and I've been in Brockton for 22 years. I think one of the biggest successes that we've seen so far is with the size of our building. We have over 1,000 people under our roof, 925 children, 100 plus staff on any given day. So to really have a school-wide initiative that everyone is focused on, from the teachers, the secretary, the MTAs, the paraprofessionals, the cafeteria workers, our lunch ladies, and everyone is talking the same language, I think is really important. And again, it was an opportunity for us to really come together as a school to create and articulate the kind of school that we wanted to create for students.
It was clear that the staff was ready to move forward towards becoming a trauma-sensitive school. And teachers are ready to change their mindset about the way students behave, why they behave in those ways, and what we can do to help them improve their behavior as opposed to strictly punishing students for their behavior.
I had asked the staff members if there was anyone that would like to join me in creating a safe and supportive school team to please let me know. And I was really surprised by the number of staff that emailed back and said they wanted to be part of it.
When I realized that the way that we have been working with children since I started school had to change. When I first started teaching, everyone had to sit in rows. There were no small groups. And if you had a quiet classroom, you had a good classroom. There was no such thing as productive noise. Everything was discipline, discipline, discipline.
One thing that we've learned is that if a child isn't ready to learn, it doesn't matter what lesson you have or what materials you have or how fantastically you present it. They're not ready, they're not ready. And so what we do is we work very hard to make sure our children come in every day and that they're greeted, they're welcomed, and they realize that school is a safe place for them.
So morning arrival was another one of those structural changes that we had made in our school about 3 years ago, and really wanted a safe way for our students to enter the building. But every morning a team goes outside and we're greeting the students and welcoming them to the school day. We started shaking hands or giving fist pumps and, things like that. So the kids smile, they look forward to it. The parents are smiling, the kids are smiling, and it's just a nice way to start your day. My Austin, have a great day. Good morning. All of our staff members are a really important part of the whole George School team. Our custodians are wonderful. Mr. Webster is out front every morning, greeting students as they come in. Many parents have stopped and just have said, he is the best custodian ever, and they just really love his greeting and his smile every morning. Mr. Smith is another one of our custodians, and on any given day, you can find him sitting with a table of students in the lunchroom and talking to them and finding out about their weekends or their days or what they like to do. It's just really nice to see them developing relationships with our students, and that's really important. It's all about developing relationships.
Along with the work, what's there? That's great.
There were two main areas that teachers felt or staff felt that we needed to work on: communication and connectedness, building that sense of community. And at first, we really focused on the adults in the building and how the adults interacted with one another, connected with one another, communicated with one another. So our first professional development that we had with teachers was a building-wide opportunity for all staff to attend. Our custodians, our cafeteria ladies, everyone participated. And I can't tell you how many people at the end of that training came up to me and said, we needed this. And these are our students. And what can I do? What's our next step? So I feel like they were facing these challenges in their classrooms, and they were looking for it to be addressed and how we could work together to create some changes. So they were ready for it. So when we started talking about how we could connect our students to one another, lots of different ideas were brought to the table. But we wanted something that was easy to implement, wasn't a heavy lift for teachers. Teachers are very busy. They have a lot on their plates. We wanted to make it something that was natural. So we came up with the idea of breakfast buddies. The idea was to connect with a classroom that you don't normally get to talk to.
So we've been doing breakfast buddies in my classroom with a few different classes. We find that it's hard sometimes with all of the different programs that we have here at the George School for kids to not feel like they're kind of pigeonholed into which classroom they belong to. And so after breakfast buddies is done and they come in, one of the things I'll do at morning meeting is say, oh, who made a new friend today? What are they going to do this weekend? So you kind of hold them accountable, but at the same time, you're giving them a chance to be social. And breakfast is a great time to do that.
Natalie really values everybody's input and feedback, and you really feel that you are affecting change in the school. This isn't just a one shot and done. This is something that's become part of the fabric of the school, part of the everyday working of the school, and it's something that's really important to me to continue.
Mrs. Pohl shares this with everybody, not just the teachers, custodial staff, cafeteria workers, paraprofessionals, teacher assistants, nursing staff. Everybody is involved. Anybody that works with children knows about our action plan and what we do here at the George School.
I'm Dr. Claudia Gallagher. I'm one of the adjustment counselors here at the George. One of the things we do is the tranquility room. We learn to really pay attention to what our five senses tell us. We teach the kids to be able to read themselves so that they know that they can choose to react to things in the way that is best for them. They don't have to feel that they are at the mercy of what happens outside of them.
It's been hard to describe what a trauma-sensitive school, what it is. And when people come to visit, I feel like they want to see one specific thing, but it's not one specific thing. It's many different parts all moving at the same time, and how everyone in the building comes together and how we work with each other and how we work with our children to create that welcoming, safe, and supportive environment.
I would say the culture of the school right now is, I guess, a culture of family. You know, I don't know any other way to describe it. I do refer to our students as friends because I don't know, that's just kind of naturally what has happened. And so we all support each other. You know, the kids support each other, adults support each other, and we see kids supporting, you know, adults too.
In terms of teaching and learning, I think the tone that you're using, smiling, eye contact, your body language, allowing students to share, just giving them that minute to be heard.
Everyone's opinion is valued, and I think that's a huge benefit that we've had since we've gone to a safe and supportive school, is that it doesn't matter what your job is, your knowledge is valued, your knowledge of the children, your knowledge of the school, and you have something to bring to the table, so please bring it.
I think that's one of the biggest changes that I've seen in this building since we implemented our action plan. Just, you know, the staff that really has a raised awareness that these children are doing so much more, and that there's a recognition and, you know, a mind shift in that we're teaching not only academics, but we're teaching social and emotional learning as well.
I just love how this work tied so nicely to initiatives that are already happening within the building, what it's done for our climate and the culture within the school. It's, you know, who doesn't want to come to, you know, a happy place to work?
Sorry, actually, there was one more that I wanted to show you. Yeah, one can actually sense when you look at that, there's a different atmosphere there than in most of the schools that I come and visit and so.
How are you? Every day, that's what parents see as children run into school is your backpack. Did you bring your backpack? And a lot of times that visible piece of the backpack represents the academic piece. It represents what we bring to school and what we need to be ready to do our jobs as students. And what we don't realize is students bring invisible backpacks to school that we cannot see, but that carry all of the stripes of their environment from home and from the community and from things they can't control that we may never see. What we might see is the inability to focus. We might see tears. We might see undesired behaviors. We might see lack of attention, which all looks like those are choices that children present to us. And sometimes we want to apply consequences to those behaviors. But what we have found is every single behavior and every single reaction is really a cry for help, and we have to dig deeper. So sometimes it has to be us that not only helps unpack the physical backpack to get the permission slips, to get the homework, but to also unpack some of that, the backpack we don't see, the invisible backpack, to really figure out where these kids stand. We incorporate trauma-informed care strategies, which are beneficial to every single child in the classroom.
Who has number one? All right, Jaden, you're going to say something positive about Zoe this morning.
She's nice.
All right, so tell her.
Be nice. Thank you. Emma, I like your personality and how you help people through tough times. Thank you.
Well, the purpose of the morning meeting is to build the relationships and the culture within the classroom. And not only that, it teaches the children compassion. It's a safe environment for them to share their thoughts, their ideas, their feelings. And then as a teacher, it allows us, if, you know, a student says, I'm having a bad day today, then we can maybe do something before the day gets started, before it escalates into something that it shouldn't be.
Good morning, Wesley. Good morning, Ms. Clark.
Students realize they're building relationships. They're learning the names of the students sitting next to them. They're making eye contact. They are learning how to greet one another. And while these seem to be things that we all may learn at home, we don't. Some of our families are so concerned about how they're going to get their next meal or where they're going to sleep at night. We just don't focus on greeting others and working on eye contact when a survival piece is what we have to focus on. And that's okay. We take care of that here at school.
Great. I want you to turn to your partner and say, how are you feeling today?
How are you feeling today?
How are you?
The morning meeting, when presented to our teachers, is not presented to be one more thing to do, because as we know, the load that teachers and educators carry is huge. It's not one more thing to the plate, it is the plate. The morning meetings can be the plate that carries and drives the rest of the day and the rest of the relationships.
So today we're going to review the zones of regulation. Okay. So do you remember when you're in the red zone? What does that look like, Leona?
What it looks like is whenever we are angry, like
So the zones of regulation are levels. We relate them to colors.
there's a blue zone, a green zone, a yellow zone, and a red zone. The red zone is like you're out of control. The yellow zone is just really, really frustrated. The green zone is like you're ready to learn. And the blue zone is like you're sad.
We have to be able to help students realize when they're feeling a little uneasy inside. We do that as adults. We realize that we need a moment to walk away, to be able to better attend to a situation. How can we not assume that students need that same moment? How can we assume that they don't need a moment to self-regulate, to reset and refocus so they can get through their day? We can't.
Kaylee, do you need to go to the safe space?
Yes.
Okay, go on over there.
So for example, a student could use and get into that safe space and just reset. Set the timer for 5 minutes, mess with a fidget, color a page, write a letter to their teacher or a loved one, and return to their seat, and they're back and ready to learn.
You're melting. Let your shoulders melt and go down. Hands let go.
Well, the reason we kind of do some of the meditation and the deep breathing things, the mindfulness activities, is to teach the students calming strategies. So when you are feeling angry or you are feeling upset, these are some things that you can do to kind of calm your body down and to get you back into your green zone, because we spend a lot of time in our building talking about the zones of regulation. This is just another tool for the students to use when they're feeling in a zone other than their green zone.
Wonderful. I needed to talk to you about a situation and a specific family that has moved into our school. The whole child approach is the only way to really reach the child. And we take that a step beyond in the Erlanger-Ellesmere School District by reaching the whole family. It truly is about reaching families and students cradle to career and beyond. When you help the whole family, you're helping to pinpoint barriers and break those down and help students really achieve their maximum potential. Also mentioned that they may need some support with some food, as there was a job that was lost recently. And we celebrate those successes every day. And it may not be anything to do with math or reading, but it has to do with just overall child growth and childhood experiences.
I think the fact that the school is focusing on individual needs and showing all of the kids that they are meeting their needs will teach our kids how to be compassionate and caring and understanding of others when they grow up. When they're in the community, they're going to understand that some people have different needs than others, and they're not going to be mean or judge them based on that. They're going to be understanding of that.
I've never imagined that so much of my day, and I would never change it for the world, because I feel like this is my personal mission, is to care for people and to provide service to others, is dealing with and helping with adverse childhood effects and traumatic experiences, just to lend a hand. And my goodness, if we could all do that, and wherever we are as educators, think of how we could change Kentucky and the world.
Bye. Have a great weekend.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond now to your comments that you made in the chat box. So I think one of the things that might happen at schools is that teachers are so focused on the work that need to be done, now the curriculum and the work that need to be done, that often this type of proactive work to help kids with their building the emotional muscle, if I can say so, doesn't happen. Right, so there was one question, is it more small group teaching? I think I've seen that, but I think it will always be easier in small groups now, especially if a child have to go to the safe space, or the child, like needs certain regulation. But it's not always the case. There are also cases where there are 30 kids in the classroom. Elise said that she's seeing a toddler who would just come in and want to play puzzles or dominoes. You are always invited to play with her. She doesn't want to do anything else. Oh, that's interesting. What I've picked up with kids who doesn't want to do symbolic imaginary play, most of the cases, I would say 80% of the cases, well, there are two main reasons. So one is that the child's just not exposed to this at home. So the parents are very much into cognitive stimulation, like there are just certain activities that we do. And that's why in my intake questionnaire, I ask parents, what type of activities do you do with the child? Because there I can see if they say puzzles, Legos, board games, riding bicycle outside, or whatever they say, often there already I can see that the child, the parent-child interaction, or the types of things that are encouraged in a child to play are cognitive stimulating things. So the child's almost unfamiliar with symbolic play. I had a boy recently that he's a bit older, he's grade 1, so he's not a toddler, but in my assessment, my initial assessment, when I asked him to build me a story in the sand, he just couldn't do that. He struggled so much, and in the end I said to him, let's just pick one thing, just look at the sand tray miniatures and pick one thing that you would like to use in your story. And he was walking up and down and up and down, and with great effort, he could find one thing. And then I encouraged him to find another thing. And we got to 3 things. That is what he could pick. So he managed to do something with the 3 things. And it was still meaningful symbols, but it was also difficult for him to tell a story about it. Then as I spoke to the mother, I picked up that she is extremely into that boy must like he must be on the right educated level. So that was just not at all part of the mother said that the child doesn't like playing that type of play. I thought more he is just not used to it, because symbolic imaginary play is such an important building block in terms of children's development. And there are kids that like some other activities more. It's true, I agree, but not to that extent. So I had the parents in and describe that I think it's really important for the child in order to project what is feeling inside to the outside. We need to stimulate this type of play, which we did. And I think in about the 3rd session, he could build a story in the sand tray. He was in the 2nd session, he actually brought with him, when he came to the session, he brought a tray with his Legos. He's very fond of Legos, and that's wonderful. I think Legos are very good stimulating activity in many ways, but he brought that and showed me how it worked, and that was what he was more used to. But I celebrated in my heart when he could go, because once he started to go to symbolic imaginary play, there was such a lot that his psyche wanted to project on that. So what I'm saying is the one reason that I've seen is the child is just, that's not the main emphasis at home. So Elise, I would ask the parents when I see them, I would ask them about this, like, sometimes, have you picked up that the child's just not interested in that? How do you play imaginary symbolic play with the child? Do you ever play with that with the child? What are the main type of activities you do? How can we change it? Why is it important? The second reason is that the toys, the more symbolic toys now, doesn't create enough safe space for the child. It comes too close. So, like because there is symbolism involved now. Like the little girl who took the ghost miniature away and said, this is too scary and she doesn't want to see it. Now, that can also be a reason in an extremely traumatized child. So I would stay with what the child wants to do. The fact that the child wants you to play with is interesting. So the child is, in other words, it almost shows that the child is used, that this is the type of thing I play at home and my mother or whoever play with. So explore that a little bit and try to introduce, even if you wanted to work more child-centered, try to introduce one type of symbolic play, even if it's playing shop. Nah, let's pretend. Let's see if we can play shop today. I'm the shopkeeper, you're the shopper, you can be the shopkeeper or so. But I always try in one or other way to move gradually to get the child also to explore that building block, because in a sense, especially with younger children, most of our therapeutic work is based on the fact that the child will use the toys to unconsciously connect with the symbols of that to play out what they are feeling. Now, so I think you have to explore. There's a reason behind that. Thank you also, Jenny Lee, for your suggestion there that you gave. All right. Now, phase 4 is how do we help kids to get more immune towards stress and stress episodes and responses. So this might sound a bit like systematic desensitization that we've learned in Psychology 1. Sensitive and gradual supporting the child through exposure to known stressful situations and triggers. Now, you know where we're coming from. We're coming from safety. That was for a long time. We talked long about that yesterday. Then, okay, let's help you to become aware of what's happening here, aware of how your body reacts in terms of stressors. Then an extensive period of psychoeducation and ways to handle this. But now, when you have all these tools in your toolbox, let's see what happens if you are exposed to this, if you can handle it better. This can take very long, especially for extremely traumatized children. All right, and here's a difficult one. All adults in the child's life must have adequate understanding of the post-traumatic stress disorder and how to approach the child. Often the stress episode increase if the child encounter an adult who doesn't get it. That's a fact. It's just a fact. I just know it. Okay, the treatment phases, the phases that I've just outlined again. Phase 1, safety. Phase 2, self-realizing, and what type of behavior do I have when I'm stressed? Step 3, psychoeducation. Now stress inoculation. They overlap. Now sometimes you're busy with more than one at the same time, but you will always start with establishing safety. All right, so a child needs to learn how to block and manage stress, to block automatic reactions to triggers, and manage stress so that it doesn't interrupt his or her life. This is something, if I think about some of my child clients that I've started to see, sometimes in primary school, sometimes in high school, that come from traumatic backgrounds where there has been, damage in terms of regulation, all the stuff that we've talked about the first day, then I see over and over again, it's quite a long journey. So, for example, my hospital patient that we've worked a lot on, like what can you do not to go back to self-medication? What can you do not to go back when you released here? And often the hospital environment for our teenagers that can be admitted and adults becomes like a whim. You know, like, so I learn certain skills here. I want to change my life. I don't want to get drunk every time when I'm stressed, and so forth. But what if I go out? There's an amount of stress also building up. Will I be able to do that? So what we also need to understand, the fact that something comes more easier for some of us, maybe that does not come from that highly traumatic backgrounds. You know, like maybe to think about something that you really, really struggle with, and it's about that now. So I don't want to, and we know, like, for example, drinking too much. Now, the best plan is not to go to places where alcohol is available. But for example, for a student, and, you know, like sometimes even our high school kids that nowadays do that, that means that you're just not part of the group anymore. Now, so then that brings that. But, you know, sometimes it's also a process of I go out, I try my skills. 4 out of the 5 times I succeed, but then I have a little bit of a relapse. So they need support and growth, you know, like in terms of whatever in life, anything, getting healed, getting learning better ways to handle stress, learning better ways so that you don't self-medicate with alcohol and drugs. It's a process that goes, like, you know, like you get a lot of help, you move, you progress, and sometimes it's a little bit of a relapse or difficult episode. But is your in terms of being a therapist, is your client, do you have a safe enough relationship that they can also come back to you and tell you when they have relapsed? Like I've talked earlier this week about the teenagers that track on an app when last have they self-mutilated, and to come back and talk about that. And then we go up again, and there might be a little bit of relapse. Any growth experience goes like that. So even if they struggle to do something that they could do, or skills that they have learned, that we also don't shame them in that. That's okay. That's normal. Let's just try again. Let's just start all over again and see what happened. And at this stage, especially for a bit older kids, to ask the question, what was the trigger? Let's go back. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. What happened that leaded to this thing? So teenagers are able to do that. So they can go back and say, well, so here's an example. One of my very post-traumatic stress disorder teenagers, also diagnosed with bipolar 2. She was admitted in psychiatric hospital for suicidality, and it was treated, and she was now at a better place. But she had an on and off relationship with a boyfriend that was really not good for her. And we talked a lot about that in the therapy sessions, but she had a traumatic attachment to that boyfriend, because the boyfriend reminds her of, you know, unfinished business in her own family, and she tries to get a different outcome. Now, so I didn't receive love from my mom or dad, or, you know, like, but if I can fix this boyfriend, then I can move forward. Very unconscious thing. So I would ask every week in the session, so because we decided now that she's going to block this boyfriend, she's going to drop contact. This is the reason why it's not good for her. And she would do that, but then when I see her next week, she has unblocked him again. Now, okay, so something in her is not strong enough to go forward, go through with what we've decided. And then we just start all over again. But and then one day he dropped her and blocked her. And that threw her into a huge triggering of her abandonment complex. And that was during the week, not during the time that I saw her. It happened in between our sessions. So the pain was now unbearable, the pain of abandonment. So what did she do? She contacted a friend and said, let's go to the shopping mall. Let's buy a bottle of vodka and let's drink. And you know, I don't know, but the teenagers of today are very inventive. And in the first place, they find it very easy to go into a bottle store and buy alcohol. And then what they do is they go to the bathroom of the shopping mall, the disabled, the room for disabled people. So that's a big room, and any gender can go in there. So she and the friend just went into that bathroom, and they finished that whole bottle of vodka. And I mean, I think that's 45% alcohol. You can just imagine. So what I've realized is, okay, so although we have come a long road and worked on skills, she's still prone to very impulsive behavior where the cortical area of the brain is totally switched off when certain amount of pain is triggered. All right. So, and then we went on from there and again talked about the consequences and what else she could do and so forth. But talk about the trigger. So, for example, what happened first? The ex-boyfriend sent, or the friend, that's a type of a boyfriend, sent a message that he wants to stop the relationship and he doesn't want to be in it anymore. I tried to chat to him. That's the thing that happened. Second, I might even write it down. Third, he blocked me. Fourth, I started feeling very bad. Now, that was a part that she was not very conscious of. We had to explore it here. Like, you know, like the part from he blocked me to I contacted a friend and we finished a bottle of vodka. There wasn't cognitive awareness in between. So in this session, we went back and said, well, could it be possible that you did that because you felt like this? So you felt abandoned. Then you wanted the pain of the abandonment was too much. So then your lower areas of your brain made a plan of what can you do? And you can, and I mean, the fact that of in a short period of time, drinking, I don't know, half a bottle of vodka is, I mean, obviously kind of very quickly, either literally let you fall asleep, pass out, or, well, maybe vomit or whatever. But the fact is that I don't want to feel the pain, and this will bring a quick relief. So I'm telling this to say to you that the older a child becomes, the longer a child stays in a traumatic, non-safe, unpredictable environment, the more reactive the brainstem will be, and the more difficult, and more these things start going into adulthood. It's not just things at school, but it stays like something they battle with. So step one, help the child to become sensitive to their own physical reactivity. And there, the zones of regulation is a beautiful way. Now, if a child feels safe to say, I'm in my red zone, I need to go to the safe corner for a while, or I need to go for a walk. Do children at schools have the space to speak up when they need something for emotional regulation? What would be your answer to that now, yes or no? Do children in a children's home or any other institution have the space, after they've had the training and understand the basics of how the brain works, how regulation works, how do you feel in certain parts of the brain and what can help you? Do they have the space and the permission to speak up? Okay, so we always take the child's age and capability for insight into account. Obviously, the younger the child, the more simplified this need to be explained. And the older the child, the more detail, and obviously the child's capability for insight now, because intellectually disabled children might have more difficulty understanding the basics and so on. All right, so use firm and gentle language and tone to assist the child to notice the stress pattern and symptoms in a non-threatening way. Convey the message that stress reactivity is not something to be punished, but to heal. We can convey on a verbal and a non-verbal way that there's a better way to handle stress. Now, so when we talk better, better in terms of the typical behavior in hyper and hypervigilance. So difficult behaviors are to be responded to, not reacted to, and then train the parent, teacher, children's home caregiver, foster parent to notice a subtle stress sign. And that brings us back to that stress profile questionnaire of yesterday. Gently observe to the child that you believe they are becoming stressed. Attempt to redirect the child to a more positive self-soothing activity. Now, in the system, for example, the school that we are focusing a lot about on this week, but also in any other system, you cannot redirect a child to a more positive self-soothing activity if there are no self-soothing activities available. Now, so when a school becomes trauma-informed, it's a prerequisite that we don't just teach children about this and regulation, dysregulation, zones of regulation, so but also need to have available the activities or the options. So provide the child with firm and nurturing ego wrapping. So it's almost like thinking about a sandwich. So here in the middle is the situation that your ego can or cannot handle, and around that we provide a container to make it possible for you to go back to you into your window of tolerance. All right, so here is an example. Hi, Louise, I see you start biting your nails. I wonder if this means that we should take a break and go for a walk. If Louise says yes, walking feels good, even if we do not know where we are going to. It helps me calm down. I like walking with you. All right, so together with this firm nurturing, move into speaking about the details of what the child is feeling inside of her body. And you remember, in the first phase, we didn't talk about that. Now, because that's where the kids are still very much unaware of what's happening before they go into a stress episode. But by now, we want to talk about what do you feel inside? How does your body tell you that you're getting stressed up? Attach this to what you were thinking about when the feelings begin. So the thinking can help us to discover the cue and the trigger, especially an internal cue. There are so many things that children could be thinking. For example, yesterday's violence, or that we don't have a place to stay tonight, or something like that. Or you can say to a child, you know what, and that might be a child that the other day I told a child that I don't know if kids still do that, but when I was a child, one thing that a lot of kids would do is eating the back of their pencil. You know, and I remember I did that too sometimes when I was stressed. I mean, by that years, 30 years back, how many years, 40 years back, when I was at school, there was, I mean, nothing in terms of emotions and emotional regulation. But I remember eating the back of my pencil, and it doesn't taste good, but you just still do it. All right, but anyway, you can reflect when I feel prone to put something in my mouth, that usually means that I have big feelings inside. Now, putting something in your mouth could also be eating your nails, chewing your nails. I wonder what big feelings you have inside right now. Now, maybe Louise, just look at you. Sometimes my big feelings start when I think about something that has happened to me, or when I think about someone. So by expanding on the reflective response, not just saying, let's go for a walk, or just take the child out of the situation. By now, we want to help the child, you know, like you're kind of formulating a hypothesis of, you know, like sometimes you think about a situation or a person. I wonder what you are thinking about. If the child tells you what he or she thinks about, help them to process the intrusive thoughts and the effect on his or her body. Now, that is something that we cannot necessarily do in the classroom. This is something that, well, depending on the situation, but the school counselor can do that, helping the child in the moment, or we can just do it basically a little bit in the classroom. Now, or wherever, whatever the situation is, now, maybe having conversations outside of the classroom. For example, that sounds like a big worry. I bet it's hard to do your homework when you are so worried. I'm thinking about all these kids that we see in the therapy room. If you think about homework, that just zone out and can't do their homework, especially if a parent gets dysregulated. If the parent get dysregulated, the child pick up on that and they are like psyching each other up, I always want to say. Also, I'm thinking about kids who have to stay at after school care every day of their life. Now I always think like, that's a long day. Now, some of these kids are dropped off from school at 7 o'clock in the morning and they are collected at about 5. So that is 10 hours of being in a system where there are all kinds of inputs, sensory inputs, bullying, and lots of stuff. Now, at the aftercare, now sometimes, for example, I mean, like I've also heard horror stories of sometimes what happens in aftercare, but that's also where we need to train teachers to, because often like it might be that these kids that are traumatized also have to stay in aftercare. So can we check in on them there? Like when I'm worried about my homework or something, when I have a big worry, it makes me want to bite something too. Let's see if we can do something so that you can, when you are done with your walk, for example, let's see if we can go and walk outside for 5 minutes so that you can go on with your homework when we are done with the walk. Right, brain-based activities. Don't ask a lot of questions. I think that's a golden rule throughout any therapy training. But more so if a child is not functioning on cortical level. Questions are counterproductive. They can't answer it. Something that I also think teachers and children caregivers have to take note of the fact that there are many times that children don't know why they do what they do. Preschool kids that stole something. I mean, like, why did you steal this? They don't have any idea. It was unconscious. Right, we've talked about relaxing music. Breathing exercises. There is a program on the internet, or I'm not sure if it's an app, that's called Breathe to Relax. So children can download that. So most probably an app, you can look it up, and the child can program their own frame for breathing in and out. There are lots of apps for I think there's one that's name is Calm, that have different music and different things that can help also. There's a nice storybook that you can order that the name of the book is Please Explain Anxiety to Me. And the authors are Zellinger and Zellinger. So I think that's a good starting point for children to understand what's happening in my body. Then out of control kids frequently needs touch. So take a deep breath. Let's go back and think about something that feels nice. And we've already talked about drumming, blowing bubbles. Make as many bubbles as possible with slow breathing. Bubbles for younger kids, such a winner. But I must admit, when we blow bubbles, I also enjoy that a lot. It's good for me too. I think we can do a lot of different activities with bubbles, blow bubbles, follow them, more a mindful activity to, pop them with different parts of your body, to just the mere fact of, the breathing part of it. Okay, one other activity, when I raise my hand, you clap loudly, and when I bring my hand down, you clap softly. So this is a whole group activity, which bring back the rhythm, the rhythmic part, the patterned part that brainstem needs. So in your notes, there's a handout from Beacon House that has a list of brainstem, relaxing activities. You will see walking, dancing, the things that you also saw on the video this morning, drumming, everything that is patterned and rhythmic. But there's nice ideas there as well. Brain-friendly music in the classroom, music therapy, if you have access to a music therapist, rocking, or teaching the caregiver to do the rocking. Yesterday we talked about the rocking chair, and teach parents the same type of brainstem relaxation activities that we can do with kids in the classroom or in the setup. We can teach that to parents now, that it must be patterned, repetitive sensory motor stimulation in the context of a relationship. That is, if we work bottom up and we want to help a child to get better and better brainstem regulation on brainstem level, these are the type of activities. These are also the type of activities that I will suggest if we have to reparent the child and totally repattern a child. For example, a child that has been removed from parental care and put into substitute care, that caregiver, someone there, have to be the available for the repatterning and reparenting. And it can't be, well, it's not the first ideal that it's you as a therapist, because you don't have enough contact with the child. It's activities that need to happen on a daily basis. And then animal assisted therapy. I think there's such a wonderful way in which animals can be used. It happens more and more, and in South Africa, I think it's starting to get a place where children and students get permission to carry an animal, emotionally assisted dog with them. So it's like the blind that have a dog that can help them. Children with severe emotional regulation then also have a trained dog, and the dog have, I must want to say, the dog is named an emotionally assisting dog or assisted dog. And the dog goes wherever the child goes. And just by being with the child. Now, I don't know about a school where that is happening. Maybe you do. But I do definitely know about university students that get special permission to take the dog with. Now, these dogs are very well trained. I mean, they are not disruptive in the class environment, but they act as a live transitional object, because remember yesterday we talked about the lack of object constancy, and if children don't have object constancy, then they need an object to help them co-regulate. And an animal can be a wonderful transitional object when the child is away from the parent. So and then massage therapy. So that's something that we can teach parents to do with their child. That can also be for some kids really, really relaxing. All right, so rhythmic games, I'm going to do 1, 2, and 3, and then you do it. So I'm first going to do this, this, and that, whatever that is in terms of body movement, and then you repeat it. Lots of occupational therapy activities, especially the sensory integration therapy, I think the activities of that fits very well into helping the brain getting integrated and the child getting better regulated. And I've seen that. So there are really there's a big overlap between traumatized kids and kids with sensory integration sensory integration problems. So for them to have access to sensory integration therapy is a big thing. Walking outside, playing with clay, kicking a ball. So I'm thinking about my child client that brings his soccer ball every time, hand massages. That's a lovely feeling now. Okay, so somatosensory experience is one-on-one, patterned, rhythmic, repetitive input. And they also need this positive repetitive rehearsals of healthy interactions. All right, teach the child methods of self-soothing to assist them to stay in their context. Louise, do you remember those big worry feelings that happened to you? I would like to teach you how to help them, just like the walk outside help. I'm going to teach you how to take a walk without even moving from your desk. So we can move from where the child needs to go out of the classroom to what can you do at your desk to self-soothe when you have specific feelings. Any method for teaching a rapid physical relaxation, be it touching a stress ball, pushing with your feet on the ground for grounding, or cognitive restructuring better for older kids that can change their thoughts and as a way of doing that feel better. Self-talk, I remember when I did my PhD many years back, I did a study on the role of self-talk in helping children to be better regulated. And that's a big thing. It's a big thing to teach a child to say to themselves, if the bully comes or they see the bully on the school ground, instead of getting totally dysregulated, to say to themselves, I know what to do. I can handle Johnny. I just know how to do that. Or positive self-talk in terms of we've talked about core beliefs in trauma and how frequently, children have negative beliefs about themselves, or about their value, about whose fault is it that everything happened, about who they are, their identity. But we can also teach them positive self-talk. And children do that. I'm reminded of a boy many years back, that he was anxious to go to school in the morning, and then we went through a series of therapy. But one of the things that he did is he had a piece of Play-Doh, and every morning before school he would build the anxiety monster, or whatever, how he wanted to sculpt the anxiety. And then he would talk to it, and he would say to it, like, ah, you stupid anxiety monster, or your stupid, whatever he called it now, your fear monster. I know what to do when you come up. You're not gonna give me a bad day today. I have better ideas what I can do. And then the child would put the anxiety, the fear monster on his shoulder, and then whack it off and say, I'm going to have a good day. So it is a fact. It's a fact that our thoughts create a reality for us. And although initially, when a child in phase 1, where children are totally unaware of the automatic stress responses, and that's not a time that we can do that. But as they gradually get more conscious, now that is one thing that we can really teach them. The doctoral, Shane, thank you for the question. You know what? I'm not sure. I did my doctoral on emotional intelligence at the University of the Free State. I'm not sure if you will be able to get that online there, because I don't have it. I don't have it electronically anymore. I just have it typed out. I think it was because it's like more than 24 years back. So, it's ages back that I did that, but you might get hold of it there. I don't even know if they have it on the electronic, almost want to say database, because it's so long ago. Okay, so self-talk, so rehearse things that a child can start to say to themselves when the negative thoughts come up. It's something that's actually also prescribed for adults. Now, adults that are prone to always go into either victim thinking or this is never going to work. Some kids are quite prone to catastrophizing. Have you noticed that? And I find it more with kids that have generalized anxiety disorder, so they worry about a lot of things. And part of that worry, part of that struggling with anxiety, add on if they had trauma, is the thing of nothing is ever going to work out for me now. And everything is just always going to be a mess. Now, the absolute catastrophizing, how can we change that? Okay, make sure that all the adults in the child's life know about the strategies, recognize when the child is self-initiating, because now this is something different from a child asking the teacher or saying to a teacher in the class, can I go to the safe corner for 5 minutes? And how so different from not having that, space and sit and getting a stress episode and going to a timeout corner. No, I need some quiet time in the safe corner. But the self-initiating is I'm sitting at my desk and I'm feeling a bit jittery and I need to do some deep breathing exercises just here, or I now need to push my stress balls. So that also for that a child is not punished or shamed or shouted at, sit still, or whatever the case. We need to normalize these type of things. We need to normalize the fact that it's sometimes necessary to do something just where you are to get back into your social engagement system, your window of tolerance. Okay, lastly, help the child to self-initiate the process on their own. So this starts with coaching fades. So initially, you coach a child. Let's debrief in and out together. Then you don't do it with the child. The child knows how to do it, but you still are present. You still have a gentle presence while the child is doing that. My 2-year students, in their last module, we do creative interventions with traumatized children and adolescents, 2 different courses. But when they start doing the practical work, because a big part of that module is how to establish safety. And the children, it's interesting, they enjoy the breathing activities. Now, they enjoy the fact that they can do the mindfulness activities. It's not like, well, you might have your odd situation where a child don't feel safe or don't like it, but most of cases they enjoy it. Encouraging confidence in the child increase as the child have ego strength to initiate this on their own. So we're going to come back to ego strength, but you can think for yourself. If you or me struggle with anything in your life and you keep on trying and trying different things and you find something that works, how can that not strengthen your sense of who you are? Now, if you discover a way that works, or if you learn a way that can work and then start doing it and feel that it's working, that will enhance your sense of who you are, your sense of self. The stronger the ego, the stronger the sense of self, the less a child will move out of their window of tolerance, and the bigger the band of the window of tolerance will become. So this is the positive domino effect. Now, that's not the negative domino effect of trauma. That's a positive effect of, and I mean, we see that in kids that have long therapy process. We see that especially if there's a team that everyone agree on what does the child need, the teacher, the parents, the more cooperation we have, the better. All right, the goal is not to take all stress away. Like it is said, if we don't have any stress at all, I'm sure all of you would still have been in bed, because I mean, like, stress and the fact that something need to happen gets us up in the morning, gets us to do certain things. You don't want to go to jail, so you have to do your tax on the, like the 27th of February, whatever. Now, even if you hate it, I mean, if the stress builds up enough, you have to do it. So, but for our traumatized children, the stress also have a protective value against further abuse. So a bearable amount of stress that goes up and come down and goes up and come down is a normal part of life. But to be out of your window of tolerance most of the time, that's not normal and that's not healthy. And because these kids have such a small window of tolerance initially, it's easier to be pushed out of that. The fact that it will have a protective value, what is that about? It's about that I need to have enough early warning signs in my body to realize when something is off. Even if I'm better regulated, I have a lot of strategies, and I'm not in that prone to get a meltdown every second day, I still need my intuition. I still need to listen to this doesn't feel safe. What's going on here? All right, it's time for a few more clips of Bruce Perry. Oh, he's such a lovely guy in terms of this work. Let's listen a bit to what he's saying.
Have you ever been deeply hurt by someone? If you have, there's this one human quality.
And so a lot of teachers one of the main strategies that educators and other mental health folks have used to kind of manage sort of challenging behaviors is to use what we call contingency programs, rewards, consequences, levels, and all that kind of stuff. And, if you're a well-regulated kid and you've already got a skill, you know how to make your bed, and your parents want you to make your bed more frequently, using a points and levels system or giving a reward and a consequence will work. But if you're a dysregulated child and you don't have the skill, you can't use rewards and consequences to build skills. And so part of what most of the schools that we work ultimately conclude, and we think rightly so, is that traditional behavioral modification models do not work with these dysregulated kids. In fact, they make things worse. So if you put in place regulating relational strategies and restorative justice models, basically, to deal with some of the most challenging behaviors, the outcomes are much superior. I think probably the best model that I'm aware of is collaborative problem solving. It's learning a set of strategies about listening to the student, hearing what their challenges are, what their work concerns are, and then you talk about why you as a teacher might have some concerns, and you negotiate. And you have a collaborative solution to what the problem is. And you can learn how to use this approach if you're a parent, if you're a teacher, if you're a therapist, and the children learn this approach. And so it's one of those relationally based, they're beginning to conceptualize it and appreciate how rhythmic it is, but it's a rhythmic relational approach that actually can really diminish challenging behaviors. There's a couple things that I do if I had an option in education, particularly if I had a significant portion of kids that were coming from challenging backgrounds. One was that I would actually have a lot more heterogeneous clustering. So I would have more like sort of a one-room classroom, sort of the old style, one-room classroom with some older kids and middle-aged kids and little ones all together in the same space. I think the best way to master any cognitive concept is to teach it. And so I would incorporate teaching into education. The kids have to teach, but they have to teach, people who are not as advanced as they are. But if you reorganize the way you cluster kids for teaching, you can have a group of kids that might be different ages, but they'd be at the same developmental level when they're learning a certain, activity, or the social expectations would be appropriate for their social capabilities. And so you'd be much more likely to be on target when you're creating expectations and curricular elements for a group of kids, if you know where they are emotionally, socially, cognitively, and so forth. The second thing that I would do is I would actually have more continuity in teachers. So I wouldn't have teachers turn over every year. That's very disruptive, I think, for a lot of kids. And so I would have maybe, at least 2 years that a teacher would teach a group of kids. And the other thing I would do is I would have a lot more movement. I would have people moving more, I'd have people outside more, and I would have less traditional testing. If you really let the teachers use their creativity and their energy in getting these kids to the testing point, as opposed to make them do this rigid curricular step by step thing, and give them the opportunity to kind of meander and make learning a much more pleasant journey, and let their creativity sort of free, I think you'd be much more successful in achieving academic goals in education. One of the things that we always try to emphasize for educators is how important they are and how powerful they are in influencing literally for a lifetime individuals. And now the hard part is that they almost never realize this, because as I said before, it's the tiniest little moments when somebody feels truly respected, truly heard, that last a lifetime. And so a lot of teachers just feel overwhelmed. They feel like they're not making a big difference, but I can guarantee you that they are. And they'll make even more difference the more they take care of themselves. So if they come to school rested, if they take their sick days when they're sick, if they really take their vacations, if they learn how to, don't overwork yourself, and do your very best to stay regulated when you interact with kids, and you can be present, you're going to make a huge difference in their lives. Even though they may not do well in your class, even though they may not get the grades you want them to get, you will be surprised at how many of them will keep you in mind as somebody who thought they could do it. And they'll use that again and again and again, and that may get them through all kinds of hard times that you have no idea. And I think any of the older educators know exactly what I'm talking about, because they've had students come back and say, you made all the difference in my life. And, the teacher goes, oh, great. And they can barely remember anything. What did I do special? I just treated you like I treat everybody else. But that's the key. You just never know. But you are making a difference.
So we've talked a lot about how important regulation is in opening up the cortex so that you can both learn, put new stuff in your head, and then retrieve things that were previously put in your head, which is really the hallmark of a good educational experience. Regulation is brought about in a couple of different ways. And we talk about this a lot when we teach educators, when we teach people who do therapeutic work, people who are parenting. And fortunately, there's lots of ways to become regulated. And unfortunately, different people get regulated in different ways. So this is a challenge when you have an aggregate care environment like a classroom. In the classroom, you're going to have some kids who find one activity regulating and another activity not so regulating. This is part of the challenge of creating a simple, singular plan to make your classroom regulated. But a couple things that you can keep in mind. Number one, when the brain is not aware of what's about to happen, it gets activated, it gets stress. So unpredictability creates stress, which means predictability makes you feel safer. And so one of the most important things you can do is have aspects of predictability about the daily schedule, about what to expect, how to build routines and class rituals around transitions, around projects and so forth. And I know teachers tend to be very good at this. Now, the dilemma is sometimes something will happen that will change the routine. And so when that does happen, the key to manage that and keep people regulated is communication. Tell kids what to expect. Tell them what the difference will be. Remind them about the fact that you will be able to get back to your routine, but this is going to be a change. And so simple things, again, most educators do a really good job with this. You know, they have a written schedule, there's routines, there's class rules, it may be up on the wall, it may be in their, you know, their takeaway materials they have. So this is a really interesting thing that most educators have seen. You can see the impact of no sense of routine in the first couple of weeks of school before kids have built in what the routine is for their classroom. And so when you first come in and they're learning the routine, it's harder for them to learn. So all educators know that the first couple of weeks of school, you don't really introduce a lot of new content. And that's because kids don't learn very well when they're dysregulated because they're seeing new kids and there's new routines, there's new expectations, there's new rules. But after a couple of weeks and the kids are familiar, the routines are familiar, then they're ready to learn, right? Oddly enough, some of the most regulating things are things that we tend to not like kids to do. What we know about the brain is that when we experience pattern, repetitive, rhythmic activity, or somato, which means body, and sensory means sensory input from the external world. When these things are pattern, repetitive, and rhythmic, we feel regulated. So we actually are going to learn better when we move. And I know it's hard to have a classroom that's moving, but if you have pattern, repetitive, rhythmic opportunities over the course of your instructional minutes, either by yoking somatosensory activity to cognitive presentation of content, or by having somatosensory breaks, you're going to be much more effective. It's going to be a much more regulated classroom. And I think that there are ways to do this. There's some very, very creative ways to, for example, teach math using hip hop, or to start the class with 3 minutes of deep breathing and stretching. Those are somatosensory activities that are regulating. You know, part of the dilemma that educators will face is that sometimes you don't see a child on their way up escalating, and then all of a sudden they reach a tipping point and they're completely inaccessible, completely acting out, completely out of control. And that, a couple things happen. One is it dysregulates you, right? So as a teacher, you're like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? It dysregulates the kids, right? The rest of the children in the classroom are impacted by that. And then it impacts the child who's sort of overwhelmed. And managing these crisis situations is really one of the hardest things I think a lot of educators have to do. And I can't give you a perfect formula for solving this every time, but I can tell you a couple of guidelines that I think are really important. The first thing is, and again, this is sort of a preventative thing, is that the number and the intensity of these episodes will be far fewer if you actually have proactively put in place regulating elements to your classroom. So you will predictably see far fewer behavioral disruptions and outbursts if there's proactive regulatory stuff. Now, even when you have that, sometimes you have these events. The key thing, the first thing is to actually make sure that you don't get swept up into the vortex of dysregulation, because it's so easy to kind of end up being influenced by that dysregulated child in a way that makes you start to add to the dysregulation, and you end up co-escalating each other into this mess. And I've seen some very creative ways that different schools have handled this. One is that there's a school that I'm aware of where, when there was the need for help, when this was going on, they had a pager or they would text, and then there was a floating educator, floating teacher who could come in and basically help. And that person could focus in on the child who was dysregulated and then allow the teacher of the class to both calm themselves down and then return to focusing on the rest of the kids in the classroom. The second thing that I think is really, really helpful when you have a situation like this is to have the option to give the child a place to have their meltdown. And I know that sounds kind of, it's easy to say, it's hard to do. But what most educators will tell you is that there are a handful of kids who will predictably be the ones that are having these meltdowns. And if you, in a collaborative way, when they're not dysregulated, talk with them about what do you think would help you when you're starting to feel dysregulated? What do you think it is? And do you want to go do video games? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to go, do you just want us to leave you? What would help? And so if there is some collaboratively arranged solution to a child starting to feel dysregulated, rather than the teacher having to keep an eye on that child, the child themselves will essentially recognize, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this. I want to go to the teacher and have permission to say to the teacher, I need to go to the sensory room, or can you help me take a walk, or whatever. And because it's been prearranged, the child has control over the process in a way that frequently takes a lot of the fuel out of that, the escalation, and then they can go do whatever is regulating for them. And we've seen places where they've done that sort of thing, used collaborative problem solving with that kind of set of choices. And they've gone from hundreds of incidents per year in some classrooms down to basically 2 or 3. And so again, that may not help in the moment, but if you know that you're going to have a few kids like that, it's really helpful to have an intentional, proactive, collaborative problem-solving process so that you can help avoid some of that stuff. The key in all of this stuff is safety. The human beings and really all mammals and all animals, basically, when they feel regulated and safe, will choose to explore the world. And this is what education is all about, right? You're exploring new ideas, you're exploring new relationships, you're exploring new movements, all the kinds of things that we learn all the way from pre-K up to high school. We're introducing kids to new things, but the human being does not want to internalize new things when they feel threatened. So when you feel threatened and overwhelmed and dysregulated and disrespected and not seen, you retreat into yourself and into what you know, what's familiar, what you already know, what you already believe. And your willingness to go out and learn new things is diminished. But if somebody feels safe and the environment's made familiar and there's a certain consistency and predictability, after a while, everybody wants to go do new things. So if you're an educator and you want to create an environment where kids want to learn, you create an environment where kids feel safe. And when they feel safe, they will leave their comfort zone and explore these new ideas that you're introducing. And this is really, again, the hallmark of an optimal developmental environment, an optimal healing environment, an optimal educational environment, an optimal parenting environment is safety. It's bedrock.
Okay, one more, then we're going to take a short 10-minute break. I think this is really very meaningful. I think I love the idea of having a pre-arranged, thing with the child that they can do when they start feeling dysregulated. No. And how, I'm not sure that, well, we will talk, but if that is at all available in the systems that you are working in. Okay, last one.
So one of the things that we know about human beings is that we're very, very social creatures, that the way our brain is organized, the way the rest of our body is organized, is to help us connect with others in our family and in our community, in our clan. And the biology of this is so powerful that in the presence of people that we feel safe with, in the presence of people that we feel familiar with, our stress response systems quiet down. And the reward systems in our brain that are making us feel pleasure actually get activated. So the glue of human connection is something that is both regulating and rewarding. And in the natural world, basically, hundreds of thousands of years ago, human beings lived in much smaller groups. And the relational community was much denser. There was much more touch, much more interaction. We lived in these groups of multi-family, multi-generational clans where there was a tremendous amount of relational glue. And as we have become more modern, we've been able to have larger groups of people live together. And the consequence of that is that we're have more people in the same space, but they're less connected to each other. They don't know each other as well. The positive thing about this incredibly powerful pull to be connected is that even when there aren't that many people during the day that you can connect with, if you do have a positive relational interaction with somebody that's relatively brief, that can be very, very sustaining. And I think this is really important for educators to appreciate that, you've got 25, 30 kids in each class, and you may have 4 or 5 classes over the course of a day. And the opportunity for you to have sort of a quality interaction with every single kid just the idea of that can be daunting and make you feel exhausted. But I want educators to appreciate and remember that you don't need to provide this for everybody every day. But if you do have an interaction, an opportunity to be with a child, be present with that child, that in that moment, if you can be really present, if you can sort of let go of all the other things that are rolling around in your head and just be in that moment, that is powerful. It's those moments that are physiologically powerful. One of the most important elements is appreciating that everybody, as they grow up, creates this internal catalog of attributes related to their development. So the attributes related to people are going to come from the way the people that raised them interacted with them. So if you grow up in an environment where you have a grandma and an auntie and a mom and a dad, and everybody's attentive to you, and you're a little baby and they think you're awesome, and then you become a toddler and they love you and they give you lots of these opportunities to develop, and they're smiling and they're affectionate, your brain gets filled with this big catalog of experience with relationships that are positive. And so in your brain, you catalog human interactions as if these are positive things, like people are good things. And so because the brain is a prediction machine, and what I mean by that is that your brain, as you go through the day, is always anticipating what it thinks is going to be coming next. And so when your expectations are met, your brain goes, see, I'm smart. See, my worldview is right. See. And most of us are lucky enough to have predictability throughout the day where we go, oh yeah, see, teachers are kind. See, my friends like me. See, I can pass a math test. And your brain goes, you're right. And that feels good. And when the world is as your brain tells you it is, you kind of coast. It's like, this is awesome. But when you run into something where, ooh, that didn't happen. I predicted that the teacher would be nice and the teacher yelled at me. Or I predicted that my friends would be nice to me and they weren't nice to me. And when that doesn't happen, it makes you feel unbalanced. So the key point is that everybody has a somewhat unique catalog of early relational experiences that creates their worldview. And then that worldview is used for your little prediction machine about what should happen when you go to school. When I meet a new person, hey, here's a new person at the grocery store, they smile at me. Oh, people are good, right? I expected that. See, I predicted that. But if you grow up in an environment where you have an exhausted, overwhelmed parent, and you're growing up away from your extended family, and you don't know anybody in the community, and you have this very small catalog of positive relational interactions, and then you have a lot of other relational experiences that are either neutral or negative. You know, people aren't very kind to you. People are not seeing you the same way that your loving mother might see you. And so in your brain, rather than having this catalog of, oh, people are good, you have this catalog of people are kind of unpredictable. Some people are good, some people are not so good. And then you go out into the world, your brain, remember, your prediction machine is saying, I don't know what to make of people. People are not necessarily trustworthy. People are not there for me. People are not smiling at me. So when the teacher comes up and smiles at you and says, welcome to the class, your little brain goes, I wouldn't have predicted that. I don't know if I believe that. And so the teacher with all of the kids is saying, welcome to the class. I'm so happy to have you. And the little kids who have an internal model, an internal set of experiences that say, hey, people are good, that child goes, great, I feel seen, I feel loved, I get rewarded, I feel regulated, because that's the way the world works. The kid who has the different internal working model goes, I don't know. So there are times when I'll give a lecture and, there'll be a bunch of people out in the audience and I'll be talking and my brain, you can't help it. Your brain is always scanning the social environment, right? So I'll see somebody out there that's smiling going, oh yeah, that Dr. Perry, he's so smart. And I'll keep looking at them and go, yeah, I am so smart. And then I'll look over there and there'll be somebody who's frowning. I'm like, oh, what's with them? And oh, they don't believe me. And what I do is I keep looking back at the person that reinforces what I'm saying. The person that falls asleep, I don't look at. That's just the nature of the way your brain works. And so this happens with educators. The children who reciprocate and make the teacher feel good and special, they get more attention. And the kids that are neutral or disconnected, it becomes harder and harder for the teacher to be enthusiastic and engaged with that child. Now, the good news about that is that in a relatively brief but fully present moment, you can make a child feel seen and feel safe and feel rewarded. You don't have to be doing continuous relational engagement all the time with every single kid. It's impossible. But if in a day you can have a few of these little moments, they can be really life transforming. One of the aspects of this relational neurobiology that we have is that we're continually scanning the relational environment to look at signals that we're okay, that the people we're with are giving us signals that we belong, that they agree with us, or that they disagree with us, or that we don't belong. So your brain is continually monitoring this relational environment. And part of that is appreciating that there are certain things that you as an educator can do that will make somebody feel safer and connected, and there are things that you can do that will make somebody feel more threatened. So one of the most important is what we call proximity, that I think everybody's had the experience of running into somebody who's you're talking with and they actually get too close. Everybody laughs about it, but it's true. Some people have a really weird sense of personal space. So they get right in your face and it's uncomfortable. And part of that's related to this neurobiology of connectedness, that when somebody moves out of social space into personal space, they're basically close enough to hurt you. They're literally physically close enough to reach out and hurt you. The key is, if you as an educator appreciate somebody's personal space, appreciate that that's a thing, first of all, and that you don't go into somebody's personal space without permission, you're going to have much more success at making them feel safe and connected than if you violate their personal space without permission. Now, a lot of educators, they know how to do this. They stand up in front of a class and they give a presentation. And when you're doing that, you are in what we call the social space. But if you go over and somebody is working on a problem and you come swoop down into their space and they haven't sort of asked you to help them, you're going to frequently have kids that will react like they'll push back. And even the kids that don't physically push back are going to shut down because they feel threatened. And so a lot of times a teacher will find that they go in and they swoop in and they think they're explaining this to a child, but actually the child's not processing this accurately because that activated their stress response, that you got into their personal space without their permission. But if you stand back and you say, do you want me to help you with that? And they say yes, they're inviting you into their personal space, and then you can get down and get on the paper with them and do the work. I know that sounds like a really simple, small thing, but it's huge. Many of the kids that you'll have in your classroom are going to be coming from backgrounds where there's been threat and chaos and maybe even overt abuse. And so their stress response systems are going to be overactive and overly reactive. And so the kind of swooping into their personal space that a neurotypically regulated kid can tolerate might be so much that it would make that child blow up or completely shut down and not even talk to you. And so again, being aware of this relational space is something that's a really important thing in education. Another big part of that is recognizing that when you are interacting with somebody, when you are sitting face to face with somebody, that's a much more intimate interaction than if you're sitting the same distance, but you're parallel. So if you want to communicate and connect with kids that you've been having trouble with, one of the best things to do is be side by side with them as opposed to face with them. And again, as we've talked about before, if you can do things that are regulating while you're side by side, right? So like if you say to someone, come on up and let's erase the chalkboard together. If you're doing some motor activity, let's clean the windows together. Let's walk down the hallway together. If you do some kind of pattern, repetitive, rhythmic activity in parallel, that's when you're going to find the child's going to talk a lot more. They're going to feel safer. They're going to feel connected. And if you've been quiet and respectful, they're going to talk. And this happens when we take them on a ride, when we drive children around. This happens when we walk with them. This happens when we play cards with them. This happens when we go shoot baskets with them. These are the kinds of relational interactions that create an environment where the child feels safer. So again, once you learn a little bit about what we call the power of proximity, learn a little bit about what we call proxemics, which is sort of understanding space, and you develop a few techniques around that, you can be much more effective at creating a sense of safety for a lot of these kids that have a sensitized stress response.
Powerful stuff. Okay, Shane, we've had a long stretch now, so you can take a 9-minute bathroom break. So be back here at 10 o'clock. We're going to go into the breakout rooms and have a discussion there. And then we have a long break at 9:30. Sorry, 10:30. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so let's move on a little bit. I want to just follow up on 2 questions. So one was, what if we have this safe space in the classroom and there's a child that actually is okay not to have to go there anymore, but the child still wants to go there for whatever reason, like a child doesn't need that for regulation anymore. So almost a child needed as an escape. It makes me think a bit of the question that we had yesterday. What if the child still continuously wants to go to the counselor, even if a child don't need that? Okay, so the answer, just to say again, is that you have to feed the need. So we still have to ask ourselves, why does this child need? What need in this child is satisfied by going to the safe corner? It's almost like what Bianca said is it's like someone that frequently needs to go to the psychiatric hospital to get a bit of treatment there. Now, if I think about adult clients that sometimes yearly or maybe sometimes not yearly have to go to the, are admitted for depression or suicidality at a psychiatric hospital, it is very often your clients that have a lack of object constancy and that need the mothering of the womb there. Now, so it is your clients that are inclined to depression, to have poor emotional regulation, and that sometimes even have to create a crisis to make sure that they get that attention. So, and I've worked with a lot of clients in that regard, adults and teenagers specifically. And what I want to say about that is our work is to meet the client where the client is. So if I once had a adult lady that I worked with. She was early in her 20s, and I saw her every week for therapy. And every week when she came in, she was the most angry that I've ever seen someone, but not an overt anger that she expresses. She was just sitting in the therapy room angry, not talking, like a passive aggression. And I remember my own bodily response. If I look in my diary and I see she's coming in, I thought, how on earth am I going to get this hour to get over? Because I'm the only one talking, and you kind of really have to drag things out of her. And it's almost like that extremely angry energy brings you down also. And add on to that, she was also every year admitted for depression and suicidality in the psychiatric hospital. But we just kept on working and working and doing the therapy and working on childhood healing and reparenting and repatterning, lots of work. And I mean, she did do her work in her way. And well, it's several years now. It became better. Several years now that she hasn't gone to the psychiatric hospital anymore, and her life has turned around. She found someone, fall in love, married, want a child, still sometimes struggle with mental health issues, but not in the slightest way, in the way that it was. I mean, she had a suicide. We're going to talk about suicide when we do the ethics, but or the ethics around how to handle that. But she even had an attempt for that. So what I want to say is that whatever a client or a child that we have to do with do, whatever they do, and if that irritates us, and if we see that as manipulation, and if we feel like overwhelmed that we can't, kind of whatever it feels. Now, whatever it makes us feel. Remember what I said earlier this week, what we feel can be a very important message of what they feel inside, what they can't say, how they feel inside most of the time. So even the child, now, if you think about window of tolerance and what I said, if you look at the whole process that we've done, and we look at window of tolerance, in the therapy, as a therapist, you want to help this client to start being able to handle stress that's a little bit outside of their window of tolerance without getting hyper or hypo aroused. So that's a work that we do and work very hard in therapy. For children in a system, if a child, I mean, you do have boundaries. You can only stay there for this amount of time in a safe place or so. But if a child want to go there that you think don't need to go there anymore, like we need to be asking ourselves, what are we missing? What need does a child get satisfied by going there? Is the child bored in the classroom? Is the child distractible? Is there something that we're missing? So we must also be careful just to decide that this child doesn't need it anymore. The thing is, clients, children and adult clients that create this type of crisis in order to force someone else to satisfy their needs, those are the clients that create the biggest countertransference in us. Now, or in general, if you look at research now, because I mean, like, they often, I mean, like, there's something in you that that might easily start feeling irritated with that. So that brings me back to the whole thing of, actually did it in the course last week, optimal frustration versus traumatic failure. So optimal frustration is that the situation that the child currently is in is not, the demands on the child is not to such an extent that you are traumatizing the child, or that you are pushing the child into a stress episode, or that the child needs co-regulation. Optimal frustration is I can struggle a little bit and it doesn't feel comfortable, but I can do it, you know, and when I do it, I feel and experience a lot of mastery. So it's actually in the best interest of the child. Now, and that's something that I talk to parents a lot. You know, like you do get kids that will that are used to just shout at mom, bring my slippers or whatever, I'm thirsty. And mom is a servant and she just bring it. So that thing of never do for a child what a child can do for himself. And the fact that you don't jump in immediately and help, which is a principle in the playroom to help the child to experience mastery and to strengthen their sense of self. A child that is overly protected and almost like, you know, like on the other hand, if you jump into to help a child that's still within a manageable window of tolerance, can have the opposite effect. So it's difficult, and that is why we did all that work on how to determine, remember what we said, what are the child's cues, what are the child's triggers, and at what time are we going to intervene? How do we see that a child is now escalating to a place where there's going to be trouble, there's going to be a stress episode? The opposite of optimal frustration is traumatic, traumatic failure. So traumatic failure is to expect of a child to do what the child cannot do because either the child is not within their social engagement system or cortical area or window of tolerance, all the same thing, or the child maybe is at that stage regressed or is going through extreme hardship. Maybe there's a parent that is busy dying of cancer. You know, like there are lots of stuff that happens now that makes that we function better and less efficient, and much more so with traumatized kids and kids with attachment disorders. Now, the thing of, like we said, now today I can do it, tomorrow I can't. So that's also something to take into account in the system. Now, is when is whatever we expect of a child still within that child's optimal frustration? When is it creating trauma, adding to trauma, and leading to another stress episode that damages the child's mental health? And that is different for every child. All right, so let's move a bit on now with the next part in our work. So phase 5, resuming here and now development. So positive re-engagement is a tough challenge with children who experienced years of trauma. I think all the work that we have done point to the fact that these kids on lots of different areas feel that they are different. They feel that they are different. They feel, you know, like a misfit. They feel like outsider. They don't have good social skills. But there come a time that we want them to go back to here and now development too. They are part of it all the time, but more so. Their normal development has been disrupted on all levels. And yeah, the other side is that sometimes our treatment focuses so much on ending the symptoms that we forget about normal development. Now, because we also spoke yesterday about how much energy does it take just to maintain the defense mechanisms. Now, firm to moderate, mild to moderate pressure to rise to their normative level through practice of age normative skills at this stage now in phase 5 become part of the program. And that what I've just said about optimal frustration versus traumatic failure comes to play here. So it might add to their stress, but can also have a positive payoff. For example, what do we talk about when we talk about normative requirements, now level of practice, normative skills? For example, how to sustain positive peer interactions. Because these kids struggle so much with social skills and fitting in and so, you can imagine on the one hand how threatening it might feel to be able to sustain a relationship with a best friend, or to be part of a circle of friends where you start being invited to birthday parties and other events. But on the other hand, I have also seen the joy of when these kids get more healed and contained, and when they, like come to my practice and said, I've been invited to a birthday party, or I've made a new best friend. Now, adequate grades, so in terms of academic achievement, so obviously to the extent that they are able to, and any other participation in organized peer activities. Remember, we said that they easily drop out of activities, and often that's one of the things, more so with the teenagers. Now, they just, that part in the teenager that has grown up too quickly wants to live often feels like a student. Now, they want to go out, they want to party, they want to drink, they want to, lots and lots of the kids are vaping. I haven't had, I think in this year, in maybe last year, one teenager here in my office that doesn't vape. And then that's not necessarily kids with severe behavior problems, or, like the traumatized kids. Recently this week, I had a boy here that was here because of poor attention span, and the parents just wanted to make sure that, he would benefit from medication. So there's no trauma whatsoever, good enough functioning family. So I saw the boy alone, and he's in matric, and I asked him, do you vape? And he he was looking at me, maybe thought, how could I ask such a straight question? But anyway, he was a bit shy and said yes, and then immediately said, please don't tell my parents. So there's lots of, I don't know if you're reading that, but there's a lots of and there was actually this past weekend in the newspapers on Sunday, the report, there was a article on, is it more or less damaging to your lungs? And there were articles in terms of why it is so much easier now, the vaping and the e-cigarettes, than the normal cigarettes, because it's not possible, don't smell it in the same way. And it's much easier now for a child who might have previously smoked cigarettes, and the cigarettes is found, like they were, like the school come and they search through the child's bag and stuff, and they find the cigarettes. But now they vape right through the day. Now they vape, they go, they take a bathroom break, they vape, they do that. How did one say to me, I think he said like a thousand times vaping now during the week. That's the thing. And there was the research that was in the newspaper on Sunday, was that although it's a little bit less damaging for asthma, it is just as damaging in terms of the functioning of the heart. Kylie asked, can you keep the vaping from the child's parents? Yeah, that is a very good question. Let's talk about this a bit now. Our ethics say that if something is damaging, also, yeah, if we're going to look at the ethics, but I mean, if a child is a danger for themselves or someone else, you have the right, you have the obligation to report. Now, okay, let me ask you all, please put in your opinion in the chat box. Just take a moment and put your opinion in the chat box. What do you think about this? It's a bit difficult because, yeah, I don't think it's a clear-cut thing, but I want to hear what you say. What do you think about it? I mean, if it happens at school and the principal catch the child, that's something else. But if a child revealed that to you in a therapy session, and I will tell you another example now, but I want to hear what you say. What do you think? And while you write down your opinion, Karen asked, will the approach be more or less same with children functioning on a lower IQ level? Yes, just take note of the child's mental age and adapt it to the mental age. Now, so your work will be more almost simplified, if I can say so. So let's hear what you say. Right, let's see. Karen said you cannot tell the parents. Generally say, I would say that you are not obligated to report vaping. Trish, I generally wouldn't tell the parents. Yeah, the problem is the child's going to lose trust in you now. Leslie, once you've established a closer rapport, you can work with parents about concern as to the vaping. Yeah, okay, nice. Elise, if the fact that you disclose info will have an impact on the relationship, I would rather not. Well, if a child clearly asks you not to reveal that, if you do that, especially in a first session, I think it might have an influence on the relationship, though. No. Thank you for your input, and I'm going to read if some more of your answers. So I had a case where I saw a teenager, and in the session it came out that she was seriously suicidal, and I had to call in the parents to arrange for emergency admittance at the psychiatric hospital. When I discussed, before I called in the parents in my therapy room, when I discussed with the teenager, we'll have to get your parents in, have to talk to them about it, have to arrange for admittance. She said, no, but there's one problem. And I said, what is it? Now, she has been admitted previously. She said, I'm smoking, I'm vaping, and there's a form where my parents need to give permission at the hospital, at the teenage unit, for me to vape, and I will not survive if I will not emotionally cope now just to go without it. So, I can't go if they don't sign the form. And that makes it more complicated is the mom and dad's divorce, and the mom would definitely not approve it, and the dad would maybe. No. But it was a difficult thing. And then in the end, I said to her, well, now you will have to discuss this with your parents. You'll have to talk to them about that and discuss that. We'll have to discuss that now in the office. Yeah, so there are also a lot of teenagers where the parents do know about it now, that the parents actually just take the way of least resistance, and they have, like see that the child's not coping without it, and they're so sick and tired of the child's anxiety attacks that they just allow it. They just see that the child's going to do it anyway, with or without their permission. Right. Okay, so we want to help the child to continue the normal development, while we also have to address the bottomless pit of need for nurturing, which linked to what I've said now. When we work as a team together in terms of trauma-informed interventions, as we work as a team together, and everyone is on the same page. So the school, the teacher, the parents, the therapist, whoever else is involved. If we do the trauma-informed interventions, the ego strength of the child will increase, and the child will experience more a sense of need satisfaction. So not the empty, bottomless pit. Sometimes a child that has been removed from parental care initially, so that's how they are. Now, that's how they feel. They feel they have this big emptiness here of all the unsatisfied needs. But as we start satisfying the needs and addressing this, doing all the interventions that we've discussed, that pit becomes a little bit less bottomless, and the child start feeling stronger, and then we can push more for normal development. The sense of belonging in the classroom, I think that video clip that we flicked off Bruce Perry in terms of the proximity and how do we create a sense of belonging. And I loved what he said, that the parallel activities. Now, I'm next to you, but I'm not in your space. So the traditional, we're going to talk a bit about discipline also. The traditional consequences, I think what we've spoke now a lot about isolating and alienation, and even when I was younger, locking up children in a lockup room, were expressing you are not part of us. And if the child is every day, like I don't at all like the idea for young kids of the word a naughty corner. But I mean, there are kids that come home and say, today was the first day I've not been in the naughty corner. Then I've had cases where when a child act out or let's say I'm having a meltdown or episode of dysregulation in the classroom, was a preschool child, the teacher video called the mother, showed the mother the child's stress episode on the video, and expected the mom not to co-regulate the child, to discipline the child over the telephone for what the child was doing. Now, I mean, like, that's even more hilarious. I mean, like, that cannot work. You can contact the parent to maybe help to co-regulate, but not for discipline in that moment. The entire class should exist for the needs of each learner. I think we've talked about that a lot. So what can we establish? That when one learner gets dysregulated, everyone is able to help that learner to feel safe again. Okay, so this is where, okay, here is an example. One regulated child see another child gets dysregulated and calls out in the classroom. Everyone just breathe. The teacher pick up on the clue and say, we all need to stop, let's pause and breathe. And then they can do breathing exercise for a minute or two. Everyone is okay, and we are all safe. Now, we have the same kind of thing when we think about bullying. Now, if you think about the strategies to manage bullying, and I mean, bullying is such an universal thing. We see it in the movies. It happens everywhere. It happens even in preschool, where apart from having the victims providing a safe space for them to report that they are being bullied, there is what they call mobilizing the masses. So the kids who are not being bullied, when they see the bullying, to encourage them to go and report. Now, and this is almost the same. Back to our question, what about the other kids in the classroom? So if kids understand that the whole thing of being regulated and dysregulated is, and in and out our window of tolerance is a normal part of being human, but more difficult for some kids. And we know the signs. Isn't that a beautiful and a lovely idea if one learner see that someone is getting dysregulated and try to help? Let's think a bit about the opposite. Now, I've had a child in my therapy room earlier this year that was struggling with distractibility. So what happens when you are distractible in a classroom? And I mean, like, if it's not treated or if it's not identified as inattentive ADHD, the child don't hear, the child's dreaming when in a daydream, or what her attention is not there when the teachers say what they have to do. And then afterwards, the child don't know what the teacher said. So the child asks the teacher now a second time, sorry, teacher, I'm not sure what I have to do. Now, can you imagine the anxiety in a child? You don't do that on purpose. And that's something that I say all the time to the parents now and the teachers now. That type of ADHD, I mean, ADHD is not something that you do on purpose, it's neurological. So the fact that the child was dreaming is not on purpose. And then the teacher said to the child, she's in grade 1, don't you ever ask me again a second time what to do. Now, I can imagine the teacher get tired of this, but one of the things of our inattentive ADHD kids, the dreamers, now daydreamers, is that they struggle to concentrate even more if there's noise and movement around them. Now, I mean, so if the child sit in the front of the classroom, they will concentrate better when there's all kinds of sounds and stuff. But what I actually want to say is this child specifically was she's a very empathetic child. And there's another boy in the class that was also struggling to focus. And she almost had secondary trauma because of the way in which the teacher treated that child. And I'm sure you almost have had that thing of a child who developed anxiety, not because of anything that they do wrong, but because of the interaction between an educator and another child that keeps on going on. Teacher is shouting at that child every day, and so forth. Now, okay, so first, identifying the signs. All kids know what the signs is. They help each other. For example, say everyone just breathe, and then after that, the teacher can go over to the dysregulated child and help with individual regulations. Here are more ways to create a sense of belonging. So some of this we've seen on the clips. Take time to talk to and acknowledge each learner. I wonder, those of you who are involved in schools, are the learners greeted individually in the morning and afternoon when they enter and leave the classroom, like we've seen on the clips now, and maybe with a special handshake or something? The message is welcome to the class, and welcome, and the class would not be the same without you here today. Now, who of us will not experience a sense of belonging when we hear that? Recognize moods, do not criticize, a smile. Take an interest in what is important to each learner and ask for help and let them help you. Now, so one of the things is, can you help me clean the blackboard or something like that? Then what about, and this is something that we sometimes say to teachers, but to leave a note on the learner's desk. Hi, Jimmy, I saw you had a tough time today, but you were so brave to be here and to finish your maths. Or hi Tabu, thank you so much for helping with this or that. Or I really appreciate the fact that you always are so kind to a child who doesn't have friends. Stuff like that. Now, give each child a voice. So a child that need to talk or need to tell something, even if you put it within boundaries, like, okay, we're going to do 20 minutes of work and then we can have a time to share. So greetings, short talks, compliments, friendly eye contact and smiles, and an attitude of I care about you as a person. I think that is very true for us in a therapeutic role now, is that we cannot be in this work. But why were you attracted to this in the first place? Now, if you don't care about human beings and the well-being of others, now, if I can say so. So there's a reason why we are here and listening and talking about this and thinking about things that can change. But for me, deeply in my heart, I have a compassion, and I have empathy and compassion for people of all ages, from young child to old age, who has gone through hard times or is going through that. So I care about you. Okay, and they never minimize the impact when teachers are changed during the school year. Now, you heard Bruce Perry talk about actually And I think that's very true, maybe more so for the younger kids now. The thing that children have to go, traumatized children have to go to a new teacher each year. Because how often do I hear in my practice that last year when the child was with this teacher, we had no complaints, the child was doing well. And now this year, there's trouble all the time, and there's just a mismatch between the teacher and the child or something. So if you think about relationship building, now, if you, just for sake of example, if you are going to see a therapist for your own well-being or what, and after each year, the therapist said to you, sorry, you have to go to a new therapist next year. And after that year, you have to go to a new therapist that year. Now, that sometimes happens now when there are students that are doing their practical. Now, that happens with kids. But a teacher is not a therapist. But in a sense, when we work trauma-informed, there's a therapeutic, what can I say, input in what the teachers do as well. And part of that is relationship building. So if a child takes 2 to 6 months, a traumatized child, to learn to trust, and then they have to have a new teacher. Okay, this is very important. Involve parental support, not parental fear. So that specific thing that I've mentioned just now of phoning the parent and showing in front of the whole class on the video how the child is having a meltdown, and then expecting the parent in front of the whole class through the telephone to discipline the child, not fear. I'm going to phone your parent and then all hell's going to break loose. But more opportunities for checking in and out when necessary. I had a child recently. We all know that when kids have separation anxiety disorder, one of the things that they are very prone to do is to continuously asking the teacher, like, will my mom come and fetch me at 1? Will my mom come and fetch? How long is it before it's 1 o'clock? As a way to try to regulate the anxiety now. And teachers also can sometimes become irritated because of that. But sometimes, for example, in these cases, do the child have a way to check in with the parent during the day, either through maybe a cell phone or something, so that you can reduce the anxiety that goes up and up and up. Children with a lack of object constancy struggle very much to have that feeling of I am being held in mind by my caregivers. No, because remember, when I don't see you, you cease to exist. Therefore, you forget about me, and that means you can't abandon me. Now, if a child with a lack of proper object constancy or with insecure attachment is, for example, removed and put into foster care, that's one of the big things. Now, in terms of what we do always say and suggest is that they need to send check-in messages to the child that help the child during the day when they are not together to get the feeling of you are holding me in mind, because it doesn't happen automatically. Another way to do that is for the child to literally see on the desk of the parent that there's a photograph of the child, or of the family. Put the photograph of the child on the screensaver of the computer where the parent works, let the child see that, or on the cell phone as a screensaver, that type of things. Now, all right. Trauma, rest, normal development. So they also have a lack of social initiation skills now. So they don't know how to start making a friend. And other kids avoid them because they act socially awkward. Okay. So because of their behavior now, and if we've talked about most of this, a child might inappropriately shout out in the classroom, suck their thumb, or crawl under the desk, all the behaviors, or begin to act like a dog or a cat. And all these represent a stalled developmental process. Okay, let me just see. Here is Simone. I believe it's not live Oh, it was about the vaping. No. Yeah, thanks, Simone. If it's not life-threatening, it's not necessary to tell, rather protect the relationship. Ironically, during our 30-minute break, one of the schools phoned to inform me that they found a few vapes during a random room session in the hostel. Yeah, can you believe it, Simone? No. So right on what we're talking about. I'm thinking just to say something more about the vaping, and I think it's in England, isn't it now, where they totally have a law that totally forbid any e-cigarettes, and that children might buy that. Although I don't think also you're not legally allowed to do that here. I think if you're younger than 18, I'm not sure, but I think so. I'm not sure if it is regulated in the same way that cigarettes are, but what I hear and what I realize when I talk to the teenagers is that thing of, they have this this personal fable. Now they have this thing of nothing bad will happen to me. That's why they have all these experimenting behaviors. So, yeah, I know it's not good for my health, and I hear what you say, but that's not going to influence me now. I'm young. I don't care now about it. I don't care about, my parents' concern, or that they don't like it, or what, like that's not, they don't care, because the benefits of it, the immediate, especially our traumatized kids that have high levels of anxiety, the benefits of feeling better just after vaping and feeling a bit more calmed down is just more than the thought of, well, it might damage my health in 10 years from now, something like that. And yeah, we know with these kind of things, now you have to take more and more of it to get the same result. Now, the thing of tolerance. All right, so we have to determine the child's regressed age in order to determine what developmental gaps is there. And don't ever treat regression with standard behavior modification techniques. That's specifically important for parents. Okay, yesterday I used the words feed the need. Most of the time when a child shows certain behavior, we need to determine first what is the need underneath, because a child will get their needs met no matter what. If A don't work, they will go to B or C, because otherwise it's just the way a human being is wired. So, and a child as well, because if you think about years ago, my very first job was at a place of safety. And I was just coming out of university, and I was young and naive, and I was so shocked at what those kids could do to get their needs met. Young kids that were removed from parental care. That was so streetwise. But they had to be like that because they come from such bad environments, dysfunctional environments, that, they just needed to learn to satisfy their needs in whatever way they can. Now, unfortunately, when a child grows up in an environment where they cannot get their needs met in a healthy way, lots of times they learn what I call to plot and plan to get their needs met. In other words, like, I need money for something. I can't ask my parent. So how am I going to do this? And that is where all the plots and the plans and sometimes lies and what we might call manipulation come in. And then by the time when they are teenagers, it's like second nature. Now, like, every need that you have, you want to go out, you want to go to the party, you can't ask your parents straight, you have to lie about it. How are you going to sneak out of the house? That type of thing. So in a sense, the best thing for a child is to have the ability and the safety from birth, as they can start talking about their needs, to get that needs met, or at least to understand why they can't get like whatever they need, and how they can negotiate around that. All right, so a child that is deprived of nurturing will, for example, struggle to focus on maths. So when we say feed the need, what that means is increase the moments of nurturing. It doesn't work the other way around. The need for attachment is in the limbic system, and the ability to focus on math is in the cortical area. So unfortunately, you first have to connect with the child and feed that need. Okay. Or, okay, then the other thing, and this is more appropriate for the parents and the foster parents and the children's home people, is engage the child in types of play that the child has missed out on. So part of reparenting and repatterning is to play, you know, like peek-a-boo. Now, as kind of the first games that peek-a-boo, nah. And I mean, like, you know how much that make a young child of 18 months laugh, but that is part of object constancy games. Gentle wrestling, and who of you didn't build blanket houses in the lounge? So I one day, a few years back, a mother called, an African mother. She wanted to bring her teenage daughter for therapy. And she brought the daughter in, and as I talked to the daughter, the reason why she brought the child is because the school thought the child needed therapy because of certain behavior. But I talked to the child, and the child told me that her mum gets extremely angry. She plays with a little sister, and they built all kinds of blanket houses in the house, and the mum can't bear that. And then the mum was absolutely so easily dysregulated. The mom would start shouting extremely and stuff like that. So I thought, sure, this is such an important, I have lots of nice memories around this with my own kids. Now, it's such a normal type of thing. I mean, even in different cultures of doing that, and what's in your house and what's in my house, and let me visit you in your house, and let's have a little bit of tea in my house, and so, and how you can move the furniture to create a different type of houses, and maybe with a room or two in it. All right, engagement is very important part of reparenting. Now is structure, nurture, and engagement. So number one way of a child to feel belonging, nurturing that specifically addressed the child's age when the child was traumatized. So this is also more relevant for the parents and in a lesser degree for teachers. So what were the age? And that's why we have to find the developmental gaps and have as much of the history now. But for example, that extra attention with band-aids when there's a minor scrape, or extra cuddling or whatever. Sometimes when I work with parents in terms of reparenting or attachment therapy, and I encourage them to have activities with a child of 5 or 6 that missed out certain activities when they were younger, like cradling the child. And so the parents would ask, now, will I not make this child a baby? You know, like, how can I like do that? Or feeding the child, stuff like that. And then I say, well, we just, you know, like, no, in the regress part will keep on shouting out for that need, and trying to get that met. But you can structure it. Now, this is our special time that we do this nice play and bonding activities. And during this time, we can play you're a baby, and we can, you know, like, do these activities. Okay, it might feel excessive and tiring to a caregiver. Yeah, I'm sometimes thinking about in children's home setups, even in smaller home setups where there's, for example, 12 children or 10 children with one main primary caregiver, and all of those kids have needs that has not been satisfied. Now, you know, I would struggle to provide this type of reparenting for 12 kids. But the thing that is very important to understand it, this is not indulging. This is feeding an emotionally starved child. Now, And sometimes, like if a child was physically deprived of not having enough food, really deprived of having food or so, that's bad. And I mean, we see that in children that stuff with food and have, like have a compulsion to overeat and so. But being emotionally starved, and that is almost the same, or there's a link between this and what I called the unmirrored child. No, but I mean, it's more. It's literally a child that where the parent was just not available for any of the emotional needs of the child. The child were not mirrored, the child were not acknowledged, the child didn't get attention, the child didn't get experiences of engagement, of nurturing, of challenge, and so forth. So yeah. So insist on how do we work with the resuming of the here and now development. So insist on positive movement and demonstration of age normative expected development. Make sure all caregivers know what is age normal and provide a detailed list if they don't know. Okay, and then the child must not be pushed so hard that it triggers a stress response, but as we start reparenting and repatterning a younger regressed part of a child, as a child develop, we can expect one level up, one level up, one level up. Now, one other way, good way that helps a lot is to focus on the child's strengths in order to get them engaged in desired age-appropriate behavior. So you know what, I've seen that you have such a lot of persistence. And therefore, I know, although you're very hesitant, I know that you can attend the school camp this weekend. And for kids with high levels of separation anxiety, a simple thing like, well, maybe it's not simple, but if they have to go to another town and the parents can go there too, and the child know that the parents are also staying over in that town, although not with the child, but they are available, can reduce a lot of anxiety versus the child just don't go. Okay, for example, you can say to a child, I see you have big and strong muscles and you can help mom carry the laundry basket. I wonder if you are big enough, boy, to learn how to fold and hang up your clothes. Let me show you how to fold a t-shirt. Wow, you can do it. Show me what you did. So what does this have to do with what? With mastery. And mastery is a very, very key element of developing and strengthening a child's ego. Okay, so it's just a different way instead of just giving the instruction to a child. Okay, so we have to try to have a balance between feeding the needs behind the regressed behavior and to press the child to behave in an age-appropriate way. If you only feed the need, there will be no growth. No, and that's almost like, okay, you can go to the safe corner every time, but we don't work on expanding your window of tolerance so that you can tolerate more. If we only work on the age normal, the child will shut down and there will be an increase in stress episodes. So not the one only, also not the other, a mixture between the two. All right, so what we can ask ourselves, or the teacher or parent, is the child now in the moment in a regressed or an age normative place? I'm thinking about kids that when they leave the playroom, that the regression of a school-going child that sucked their thumb now, which is an absolute regress thing, or talking baby language, or, I mean, you can see when they are regressed. Suddenly, sometimes having a 5-year-old child, maybe that when we're done with the therapy session, the parent have to pick up the child and carry the child to the car. Now, when I sometimes look at that, I wonder, is this a habit? Or is this, like, why is this happening? Now, I mean, obviously it's maybe a nice experience, but it's not always that the child, there's not like the child need that. Sometimes the child can walk by themselves. but try to see, are the child more in the progress place or in the regress place? If there's an extreme neediness for nurturing that come out, don't focus first on the normative behavior. First, feed the need. Here's an example. Child age 4-year-old doesn't want to pick up toys before dinner. It was asked twice already. So now the parents say, if you choose not to pick up your toys, you choose not to get dessert. Child begin to cry. Food issues have been a trigger in the past for her. Caregiver kneels in front of the child and say, it looks like you need a hug. Child accepts the hug and start to calm. The caregivers say, I know that you're a big girl and you can pick up your toys. I have seen you doing it before. I'm going to sit here and watch you picking it up. Then you can have supper and dessert. Child still hesitant, but start to pick up the toys. Okay. Not a lot of parents will do that part of it looks like you need a hug. Now, which is feeding the need. Remember now, the child food issues has been a trigger. So it all goes back to we have to identify the triggers that to do with that stress profile. So if, for example, it's a child that comes from a previous deprived environment or so. Focus on the child's need and then go back to what is expected of the child. Okay, so let's look at traditional motivators. Right, so traditionally, positive motivators that are used is like sticker charts, extra free time, foods and treats, fun Fridays, and then negative motivators, you have to be alone, so alienation, or you are totally suspended, or you get extra homework. When I was a child and we were in the hostel, we also sometimes had to write out a sentence for 1,000 times or 100 times. I don't remember. It feels like 1,000, but most probably it wasn't. But that was something. Yelling, missing extracurricular activities, time out. So fear will not act as a motivator. That is what we know now. Now, the new paradigms say, well, none of this, both are still behavioral modification, create a sense of belonging. Okay, we're going to take, in 5 minutes, we will take a little break. Okay, how do we encourage positive re-engagement further? Victims of abuse have a very active style of engagement with others, especially initially when they're still very hypervigilant, and that can make it difficult now because they read something in the other kid's behavior that isn't true. For example, I tried to say hello and that child didn't say hello back. That means that child doesn't like me, so I'm going to start reacting towards that child as if that she doesn't like me. I start reacting like that, and that child pick it up and now start reacting to me in the way that I anticipated at first, which wasn't true. So that reactivity without having the facts and then creating your own inner framework of what certain behavior means. Remember the long history of intergenerational chaos. The primary relationship engagements are mostly negative in quality and volume. And they have gone through repetitive experiences of hostility, resentment, unfulfilled needs, aggression, drama, frustration, and fusion where there's no proper boundaries. The thing about undifferentiated families is the thing of that absolute chaotic enmeshed boundaries. Now that there's no consistency, there's no predictability. Everyone can wear everyone else's clothes without asking permission, or take something from someone else, come into someone else's room just when you want, and so. All right, so when the child reach a point of ego strength that help them differentiate enough. So we work on the ego strength in the therapy process. We work on the ego strength with the whole trauma-informed environment. So how would we see that? The child have an experience of mastery. The child can regulate emotions and triggers much better. So the child can self-regulate now. The child don't need all the co-regulation anymore. And the child is ready to start processing the detail of what happened to them in the therapy. Often then they move to a place where they can reveal and connect with the essence of who they are and what the trauma has done to them. And one of the things that I do with a teenager is there is an online, if you go on Google and you type in 16personalities.com, that's a online Myers-Briggs type of personality test that is free of charge, and it gives you a lovely report of strengths and weaknesses, and lots of other stuff. What's the right career and so. And my teenagers absolutely love it to do that, because when we're at a certain stage in our process, that thing of who am I really? If I take away all this stuff of what happened to me and how I adapted to that and all my defensive and all my self-sabotaging behavior and stuff, who am I? And they love that now. That it's quite like a light bulb moment for them. Okay, so with these kids also, if they are placed in substitute care and at school, now they need casual day-to-day interactions that are upbeat, playful, and actual play. Sometimes they also need a break from all the stress, behavior management, and bad days. So day-to-day nurturing, play, and support to live with the ache of horrible, horrible, horrible memories that they have. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to talk about how to break negative engagement patterns. Let's talk about how to break negative engagement patterns. Okay. Negative patterns that we see in these kids exist because it has worked before. And the younger the child is, obviously, the less time that the child had to, I must want to say, establish this as part of the way of getting needs met and the way of being in the world. So the easier the task of repatterning and reparenting. Extensive patience is needed, and I'm not sure that foster parents and children's home caregivers are always well prepared for what is expected and what this might take from them. Stress disorder kids are very persistent in this negative engagement patterns, and that put an enormous amount of strain on caregivers and teachers as well, and we need to be aware of that now. Negative patterns often develop in the dysfunctional household to get needs met. So, as I said a little bit earlier, a child will get their needs met no matter what. And unfortunately, they have to, in dysfunctional families, really had to develop very, very negative patterns to get needs met. For example, a child learns that if I'm aggressive or bossy and loud, then I can keep a perpetrator at a distance. So the behavior that now is also used in other social engagement is actually initially developed as a way to protect and as a defense to prevent further abuse. I'm thinking about a child that I see that has a very, very controlling mother, very controlling. And the child has a strong will. So obviously her highest need is to feel in control now, which we see with strong-willed kids. Now they need a lot of choices. They are the ones that push back the most. They will, the less they feel in control, the more they will act out, become autocratic and bossy and demanding. So you can imagine what developed here. Now this child, the behavior that the child had to develop to protect herself from this over-controlling autocratic mum is a patterns that also now play out in social relationships, because that is for the child, it's second nature. It's like wearing a skin. It's common, she's not conscious of that, because it developed from very young as pushing back. But if we think about abuse, then being loud and aggressive could be the difference between being raped or not raped. So whenever the child feels under threat, these automatic reactions that kept them safe in the past will be activated. And that brings us back to things like what we see with hypervigilance, especially what will evoke negative reactions in terms of engagement will be aggression or loud opposition. Now, you can think if a child in a classroom, if the child don't agree with the teacher and the child positionally push back and tell the teacher they won't do the work, whatever. Now, these negative patterns are easier to change in, for example, a foster home where there's a high level of healthy functioning and positive engagement. So obviously, you would like to try to change this by expose the child to a healthier way of being. The longer it existed, the more difficult to change, much more difficult to change this in teenagers, and even more difficult if they are beyond teenage years and moving into the adult year, because then it has really become part of personality. Okay, so like I've said, children with high levels of stress disorder symptoms are bottomless dry wells of emotional and attention neediness, in addition to the negative engagement patterns. Right, so one thing is, just a different way to say it is catch the child when the child is good. Now, so in terms of the school, that thing of if a child is creating a lot of trouble, then everyone knows about the child. They're talking about in the staff room about the child, and also like, oh, this child's going to be in your classroom next year, and you're going to have a lot of trouble. But the thing of catching the child when the child is good is absolutely that thing of, I almost want to say, like, before you can even start with your negative engagement pattern, I'm going to find something that's good and reflect that back to you. It's a starting point of changing this. And then feeding the need. The neediness, like I've said, can be overwhelming. So then we also have to carefully observe kids to determine how the child negatively engaged for the need satisfaction, as well as what are the needs. And that's what I said. Now, we need to find out what need are satisfied through a specific behavior pattern. Whatever that is, if it's in the classroom, and the foster home, children's home, or with parents, wherever it is, because it's always about a need that is satisfied through that. In a little while, we will talk about children who steal and lie, and I'm referring back to that boy who was stuffing all the food in his room, and that was punished for that, although he was really just trying to satisfy the need of never being hungry again and not having enough food, and the compulsion of that. So in the same way that we want to do an assessment to identify the child's triggers and cues and stress profile, we also want to find out what are these negative engagement patterns. In what does this child do? Now, is this child clingy, needy, creating a crisis, keep on wanting the teacher's attention just on them, fighting for power? Now, how is this child trying to satisfy the needs? And then what are these needs? So these needy developmental areas should be clarified and addressed. And all kids that come from deprived, chronic multiple trauma environments, add on having insecure attachment, all of them will have needy developmental areas. So normally, the answer to that question is that there's gaps in feeling safe, in feeling secure, in answering the question, who am I? Now, identity brings us back to the whole thing of ego formation that didn't go right from age 3, and then again a big struggle in teenage years, because I mean all these developmental milestones add up to the big initiation of teenage years. Teenage years, the initiation from being a teenager to going into adulthood is seen as one of the 3 biggest initiations in life. That is the first one. The second one is the midlife, determining why are we here. And the third one is preparing for our own death when we become older. So just imagine that, to make that jump. And I see a lot of young adults when they start, when they go to university and so, or they have to go to university and leave home, maybe go and study in another city or so, that just totally crash and don't cope. Now, we maybe you couldn't see the separation anxiety so much because they have been at home, but the moment when they leave home, I've seen suicidality, I've seen extreme separation anxiety in a student, a first-year student that have to come back home, quit studies because they can't cope being away from home. And then when you look back and look at all the different things that didn't go right and how that all culminate to what do we need to engage in one of the biggest initiations of life, which is moving from adolescence into young adulthood. And sometimes with that goes leaving home, sometimes not immediately, but sometimes it does now at age 18. So identity. The ego boundary thing, we're going to talk more about that, but where do I stop and where does someone else start? And that whole thing of boundary violations. Now, what is okay, what's not okay? Is it okay to say no? And then self-esteem. I mean, like a poor self-esteem or a poor sense of self can lead to a wealth of behavioral engagement patterns, like a child that act like a clown in the classroom because it's the only way to get attention. I had a boy in grade 7 that he had a learning problem, and he was really struggling and actually needed to move to a special school that could help him with that, but the mother didn't want to accept that. And his way of feeling part of the group was really acting as a clown, and it had the exact opposite effect. Now the kids, it's grade 7, they look at him, what the hell are you doing? And the more he felt left out, the more he did that. Or extreme perfectionism, or bullying other kids, or what. Okay, so we've talked about the nurturing needs and the fulfillment on a frequent basis, and then determine what an average undamaged child's emotional, supportive, nurturing, and psychological needs are, and triple that for these kids. So if that was like a job, you would kind of almost say, like, okay, like with kids that grow up in a good enough environment, you will need one employee. For kids who are traumatized, you need 3 people to supply the needs of this child. With like just to explain that in terms of a metaphor. That's hectic. Now, okay, so one of the things that we can do is making eye contact during engagement, not a hateful kind of, I'm going to destroy your eye contact, that I think sometimes teachers, when they are triggered or so, might express. And then there are times that we can also interrupt the regress part of the child. Now, I know this sounds contradictory to everything that we've done up to now, but when it is a way to satisfy a need, and we have addressed the child's regress needs, but the child is used to go into that, a parent can say, I hear you are whining, or I hear you talk in baby language, but I don't understand what you want. Maybe if you can use your 5-year-old language, then I can understand what you want. So aggressive, demanding, or disrespectful tone of voice. So it's a dance between what are situations where we have to allow that when we reparent and have attachment play with kids, where we allow them to go back to the earlier regress state, and not shaming them, but also break a negative pattern that they're not aware of, but that keep them trapped in negative engagement patterns and negative feedback from others. Okay, I think a big thing for caregivers is to pick their battles. There are times that, remember, lots of these kids are very good in provocation. Provocation is just as a defense as negativism, denial, minimizing, compartmentalization, and so. And in fact, I want to say something about negativism. So, you know, there are times to react or to respond. That's what we've learned, not react, to respond. But there are also times that, you know, like it will be better to go and give the child's, fetch the child's slippers and give it to the child than expecting the child to go themselves and have a massive meltdown. I'm thinking about negativism as a defense, and just to remind you that the defense is to manage anxiety. So there was this child that had extreme anxiety to such an extent that the mother had to sit with her in the classroom in grade 1. And she was with a therapist, and they've tried all kinds of relaxation activities and mindfulness and you name it, but it just didn't help. But the child had so in the end it was like, okay, your mommy can't sit here the whole morning anymore. She's going to sit here for an hour, then she's going to go do some stuff in the town and then come back. She's not going far. But the child was very negativistic. And negativistic now is that thing, it's quite a paralyzing thing now, where you suggest solutions or options. Now, you know, let's look at what you can do when you get this early warning signs in your body, like blowing bubbles and deep breathing and this and this and that. And the child, just even before you're finished talking, say, this is not going to work. I've tried it. It's not going to work. I mean, they are not even prepared to consider trying it. Have you ever experienced that negativism? So negativism, in a sense, also feel quite oppositional. And I remember that time I was actually in a supervisory position there, but to say like, okay, but we get kind of a bit irritated with the child, because it's like an adult. Now, if an adult have a problem or tell you a problem and you try to suggest solutions or plans, and the person just have a negative answer for anything that you suggest. And how does that feel? I mean, like, it feel like, you know, like your energy is quite contracting, you know, like, I'm not going to try to help you anymore. I think that's a normal human response. But the thing is, it's still a defense. What is underneath it? It's just a opposition. It looks oppositional, but it's still anxiety. Okay, so not every negative engagement tactic should be met with correction. So we don't want the child that we are reparenting and repatterning experience, like with every time the child is whining or demanding whatever, we correct it. Now, we have to pick our battles between, okay, we've tried this twice a day. This is now later in the evening. The child's tired. I'm going to leave this one. So caregivers need to be trained how to make a quick and accurate evaluation of what the child really needs. And is this a time to fulfill it or to ignore the behavior? Now, so ignore the regression or ignore the whining and just feed the need. And there are not clear-cut answers for this, but I think the better the caregivers understand the child, understand the child's history, understand the child's developmental gaps, and understand like how the child get their needs satisfied and why did they develop this, the easier it will become. So it's a bit of try and see what work, and sometimes making mistakes and see what doesn't work and what lead to a stress episode. Okay, so if a child continues to have court-ordered contact with an abusive biological family member or family, repatterning will take longer. We're going to talk about, I think it's tomorrow when we do move more towards the ethics, but we're going to talk about the family preservation bias, the fact that children are frequently expected by court to have a kind of contact or bonding therapy with family members that trigger and re-trigger trauma symptoms in the child. And that I think it's starting to get better, but that thing of if you look at the right of the child, can the child just get healed and get at a better place emotionally in terms of the PTSD symptoms before we expect from the child to go back? Because every time when the child is going back to a situation that felt unsafe, and I mean, even if it happens under supervision, even if it's not, even if there's someone supervising the contact, the triggers of what this person did to me and reacted to me, or maybe previously sexually abused me or whatever, is still there. And it destabilizes a child. And then just when the child starts to regroup, it's 2 weeks later and everything happened all over again. And I've so many times heard the discouragement of foster parents, and so that like they have to pick up the pieces. So it is so, and we'll talk again about that. It is so that we want, as far as possible, to preserve families, but I think it's also true now that we need to be much more mindful of what happens in the brain of children, the damage that takes place there, and how long does a child need to create new neural pathways before they need to, like be continuously reminded and back into the triggering situation. It's like, if I can use a metaphor, it's like you're sitting in a room and suddenly the door opens and a lion walks in. Now, the very first time when that happened, I mean, you might be frantic, trying to get out, running away. I mean, having a fright of your life and so on, lots of trauma symptoms. But now, okay, now I take you away and I said, you don't have to stay in this room where the lion comes in. But every second week, I'm going to expose you to this lion again. And like I'm going to have supervision and I will make sure that the lion, maybe there's a little fence in between, but you're going to look at this lion and it's as if the court systems don't always understand how this neurobiology of trauma work. And the other thing is you cannot expect a child to give up strategies and patterns that they need in the family to get their needs met and to protect themselves and avoid further abuse if they are still having to stay there in that family. You can't expect them to give up defenses and negative engagement patterns if that is the only way that they can get needs met. But we can, if the child's old enough, we can move to okay, so this is how you get your needs met here, but here you don't need to get your needs met in this way. Here we can learn more positive ways of doing that. So a child that goes into teenage years, I would say senior primary, can start to learn that. So for example, I'm thinking about a client, a child that I had that she really doesn't want to visit one of her parents. There's a lot of trauma symptoms. And I've asked her to describe how does it feel in her body when she has to go back to that parent. And she said, it takes 2 or 3 hours and then I just start really not feeling well. So my way of managing this is to meet this parent at a coffee shop or a neutral place where I feel better and where it's easier for me to disengage and to control and to know, my parent will not shout at me here or something like that. So, I think there can be a bit of wisdom and talking about that with kids that are old enough. But I mean, younger kids, they won't understand that. All right, building reconnection and trust. So many of these kids have experienced profound loneliness as a side effect of mistrust and abuse. And because of they're a misfit and they're different. And then attachment problems, we've talked a lot about. Hostility of abusers towards helpers, towards us as therapists or the teacher or caregiver, foster parents, is also transmitted to the child. I've had children that come to therapy and that tell me that on the way here, my mother asked me if I really think it is helpful for me to visit me, the therapist, to visit Auntie Rinda. Now, the child in this case, I think she would have been about grade 6, 7, was clever enough to know that there's really something wrong with the parent. The parent had a severe narcissistic personality disorder, actually one of the most dangerous people that I've ever worked with in different ways. But in the same way that she could see it, but a child can also be brainwashed now that certain therapists or whatever adults are not good, adults that want to help. So that's difficult. All the parents or the abusers can say, if you cooperate with the helping services, you will be separated from your siblings forever. Now, that type of threats. Now, that's typical brainwashing. That's very narcissistic, antisocial if a parent do that, but there are parents who do that. We have to look out for pseudo trust. So if you have a child that tend to become very forward and a parenting trusting of everyone, it's almost too good to be true for the child's history. Be careful that the child is ready to deal with the trauma. Often, like we might confuse this with a strong enough ego to start with the processing of the trauma narrative and everything that happened. Often these kids have learned to suck it up and, like that can be more useful to avoid more abuse. But if we then start with real trauma work in terms of our therapy, they might decompensate. Now, they might dissociate and it might just not work. So, yeah, look out for that. The fact that you feel you can be trusted does not mean, okay, that's for us. Now, if most of us feel that we can be trusted, and we talked earlier this week that we never say to a child, you can trust me. We can rather say we have to spend some time together so that we can say, I will not hurt you, but the child will decide if they trust you. But the fact that we say that does not mean that a 6-year-old child with a history of sexual molestation will be able to trust us. So the child must set the base. Very important. Consistent gentleness engenders trust as a fact. Consistency. So for us, where is the therapy room? The child knows that where I get therapy is always in the same space, or this is where I go for therapy at school, or, and then also if we have to really work hard to be predictable in mood, affect, and behavior. And don't take the initial show of trust as something that runs deep and poke into history uninvited. The child might just shut down. So the child must be the leader, and often, and we don't always have this time in terms of assessment. Maybe that's why I also preferred to take the journey, the road, the path of therapy rather than forensic assessment. Apart from the fact that I really don't like report writing, it's a fact of I believe that we need time. I believe that for me, if I go to therapy, if I had this background, I would have time to see if I could trust a therapist, and the same is applicable here. Right, Bianca asks, is it appropriate for a parent contact you about a situation to help the child, even though they are unable to bring the child to therapy because of the inability of the court to intervene and slow court procedures? This is a difficult one because it will depend now on the very specific situation in terms of informed consent, who needs to give consent. So you can give general parental guidance, or you can give general legal guidance, I would say, but I would be careful, very careful in a case like that to get involved when I don't, I'm doing a lot of supervision, and some of the therapists have got involved in situations where a parent contact them and say, would you please see my child? I'm the primary custodian. I'm the person who need to give permission. This is not forensic in nature and so forth. So it's not exactly what you asked, but just by saying. And then in the end, it turns out, like now the therapist was summoned to provide all her process notes and, every WhatsApp, SMS contact, all contact, all notes and stuff, even although a parent said that this is not what it's about. So on the one hand, because court proceedings are slow, I think it's sometimes very difficult for parents who care about a child, or where there's allegations or possible allegations of parental alienation and all that stuff. But so I understand that the parent reached out, but I would still be careful to get involved. Okay, we cannot talk our way into gaining trust with children. It's something that their body will decide, the psyche will decide. The child need to know they will be protected from now on, no matter what. And that comes back to the ethical work that we're going to do for the last part of this course and the whole morning, tomorrow morning, is the thing of, I can't force you to trust me, but I can I can give you the assurance that you will be protected from being hurt further. That's important. So here's an example that when I was a child, I always had a bad dream that kept coming back. So this was for a child that had difficulty opening up. And the child asked what it was, and the therapist said, let me draw it for you. And often the child proceeds making a drawing of their own bad dream. Now, there's a part of me, when I look at this example, that feel like, oh, but we're not allowed to put our stuff on the child. No. So there's a right place and time for doing this kind of stuff. But for traumatized children, the normalizing of, without putting our stuff on them. Now, just a sentence of, you know what, I know how it feels to be in hostel. I've been in hostel too. Or, when I was a child, I also had a situation with a bully. So I would not, as a general rule, do this child of a type of self-revelation, like overall. But for sometimes it's a way in for a traumatized child to feel that you understand. And they are not the only one that have bad dreams. Or, for example, I heard you had a sister who died. This is a very hard thing. My mother also passed away last year, and when she died, I cried and cried. Okay, you're not lying your stuff on the child. You're not starting to cry while you say that the child feels that they have to comfort you. But you are normalizing the fact that it's okay to be sad. And I've been in this situation too. All right, and then phase 6 is the approach to the history of the incident. Now, we're not really going to talk about this now. This is the psychotherapy part. So although I reflect back to lots of therapeutic moments, this is now other trainings that I provide. But how do we work with this child in our therapy room? So yeah, you're welcome to look on my website for other trainings in this regard. And I'm sure some of you are already doing that and have training in that. What I just want to say is that you've seen now we've went through 5 phases to get to this point. So processing is important, but not at the expense of the child's readiness to do so. And it's interesting, the newest research, there's a bit of contradiction in terms of, is it necessary to tell the story, or is it more necessary just to separate the triggers in terms of that was then and this is now, and these are the parts in me because of the story and what they all need and how they operate and when they come out, and the whole thing of how do I get the biological trauma response out of my body? How do I learn to regulate better? I personally, with my experience, believe that sometimes, if I think back about that teenager that I told you about yesterday with the mandalas, for her, when she had that ketamine and her brain opened up the detail, although it was extremely hard to do, there was healing in telling the story. And also what came out of telling the story was some of the core beliefs that constellated. For example, I'm dirty, it's my fault, why didn't I say no, why didn't I speak up, why was I paralyzed when it happened, which helped the rest of the therapy. But I think what's important is we mustn't think that the telling of the trauma narrative that's the real therapy. All the other stuff around this is like the fact that we still carry the biological response to trauma triggers in our body, and how that keeps on disturbing our life and the child's sleep pattern and their happiness and the core beliefs around that. All of that is part of the whole package of being traumatized. Gentleness will earn the child's respect. So resist that thing of quickly get the story out. And that is what I have against, assessments that have to push a child just to get the story out. Because, like I said, if the child have too much of a fragile ego state, that might lead to total decompensation. And I mean, that is really unethical. Don't flood the child. Okay, so during the working phase of therapy, so when a child is then at a space where the real bad stuff is worked through, I often think to myself, how on earth do you go on with schoolwork and learning and studying for exams and stuff like that if you are in this phase where you're really confronted with the horrifying events that took place? And sometimes I would obviously postpone that and wait till the best time when I feel the child's ego strength is good enough, but also not during high stress times, because stress in terms of exam, matric exam or any exam, obviously automatically lower ego strength. So that's not a good thing. It's a good time to do that. And and then I would also talk to the parents around, like, can we just lower our academics expectations of the child while we are doing this work? This is very important work, but it might be that the child's school marks drop a bit, especially where parents have this continuous high expectations that children perform, even if they have to go through this processing. Okay, so what we do now, we give support, we help the child to feel safe, we correct any mistaken attributions of responsibility. That's a big one. Often they don't have the ego strength to withstand cues and triggers, to give the facts. So patience is important. And if the child decides that this is enough, I have a child that really come from a type 2 type of background, chronic multiple trauma. And we've done quite a lot of trauma processing. But she's an adolescent, and at a certain time she came and she said, like, I'm done now. I don't want to work on this anymore now. And for sure, without a doubt, I know that there's much more that need processing. We have worked hard, we have worked long, but with trauma and loss, there's always at the next developmental level, there are more stuff. And she will most probably be a child that needs therapy throughout adult years as well, or even a long time. But I respected that for now. Like, it's so good that you can speak up and you just want to go on with a bit of living. Now, sometimes if any person in the world, adult or child, need a break from therapy and just do some living. And we will know when the time, or she will know when the time is right to go on with therapy. Gently ask how to be gentle when you only have one deep breathing session with a child. I mean, like, you can be gentle, but what you mean is, how can you not force the child to reveal things? I think that it's often the case, but it goes against the fact that the child need to feel in control. And I think the gentleness will come in with, you know what, I am here for deep breathing. I've heard this horrible thing has happened. We will only have this one time together. And if you feel safe enough, or if you are willing, or if you feel the need, we can work through that. I will still not force a child. I would stick to what the child is ready to do. Because the opposite of that, of forcing a child to drop all the detail when they are not ready, and then you are not there to I almost want to say, contain it in the next session or so, might be more harmful. So almost just to say that I'm available, I know what has happened, it must be very bad, give empathy, and I'm available for this time frame for whatever you need or are ready to tell me. Okay, so respect for the child. If you think about ethics, no? If we do brutal and direct questioning, how respectful is that? I know that there might be times for court assessment that it might be necessary, or to safeguard a child's life or so. But in terms of all the work that we have done up to now, how respectful is it to do that to a child? So the deeper and the more painful the wounds, and I can tell you, lots of wounds, now sexual abuse, but abandonment wounds, those are the often, I almost want to say, the most painful. And I mean, like, if your boundaries are violated, that's also a form of abandonment. But I think we really need to practice to put ourselves in the child's position and not getting numb to protect ourselves. Because I mean, like, when we work with chronically or involved with trauma, we can also go into hyperarousal. We can also get secondary, compassion fatigue and secondary trauma. And one of the symptoms of that is also to dissociate and go into numbness. But when we get there, unfortunately, because we don't feel we've cut off our feeling function to protect ourselves, that what might be when we are too brutal and direct. Okay, let me just see the time. Okay, so I'm gonna start off this slide, but we'll go on after lunch. So I think we have quite a bit focus on why does normal behavior modification techniques boomerang with these kids. All right, so here we have it. Look out for adult statements such as the child's trying to manipulate, avoid to work, control, or get attention. It's difficult to make the paradigm shift from traditional behavior modification to a gentle approach, or the trauma-informed approach. It can be useful, but make room for the trauma-informed or the gentling approach to work side by side. So the trick is to know when and when not to use behavior modification. All right, so I think you all know that we've talked many times now about the paradigm shift from time out to time in. How and when to implement limits, not during a stress episode. I think this is clear-cut now. I mean, the cortical area of the brain switch off. The child will not hear a thing that you say about if you choose to do this, you're going to get that consequence. If a child is at the tipping point of being near entering a stress episode, behavior modification will serve to push the child into a highly painful stress episode. Remember, a stress episode is a traumatic experience again. It's very traumatic to go through that phases of that escalation and all that they experience in that phase, and the horror and the terror and the re-triggering and the I'm not safe and the dissociation and whatever goes with that. Now, so that is absolutely a no-no. And don't use it as a first choice in the beginning of treatment. There are so many things that we have to find out about the child, the trauma, the story of the child, what's going to work best with the child. The more the child's stress level decrease, the more the child function most of the time from neocortical level, the more it's like the Andes. Now, in yesterday's video clip of Heather. Now, the Andes will be more able to react on the consequences. And, you know, if you choose this consequence, but the highly stressed kids not. And don't overload ever the child's stress tolerance. So that's that thing again between optimal frustration and traumatic failure. Now, what is child's tolerance, and how do we know that? Now, we don't always know what happened between yesterday and today. We can see in the signs that the child gives to us. We cannot work the underlying difficult behaviors of manipulation, opposition, nastiness, and social awkwardness until the child's stress levels have stabilized. So I think that is the main message. If you go back and you want to change something in the system where you work, is that it's not to say that children can get away with everything, or they can do what they want, or since there's no corporal punishment anymore, that's why children do what they want, and all these, you know, like life positions and excuses and things and explanations of children's behavior. We do acknowledge that children make use of inappropriate ways to satisfy their needs, and that inappropriate ways might look like manipulation, opposition, nastiness, or total awkwardness. That's true, and we will deal with that, but stress stabilization and preventing stress episode are our first preference, or first thing that need to happen, and only move to consequences and, you know, like teaching and what can I learn from this when the child is back functioning on cortical level. All right, let's stop here and then we will start again at 2 o'clock and go on with this. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so let's talk a bit more about how and when to implement limits. Okay, so the voice tone, very important. You can be kind and firm at the same time. Frequently, when I work with parents, less frequently I have the time to work with teachers who are yelling and shouting a lot. But when we talk about that, I ask parents to explain to me what happens that they need to shout. Now, what happens before they shout? What are the triggers? What are the sequence of events? And 9 out of 10 times, maybe you will agree with how it is in your work, they say that, you know, I have to say 9 of 10 times the same thing and the child doesn't listen, and then I shout and only then they listen. Something like that. Now, so then we work around the whole thing of, okay, but, you know, like we need to do something different long before you've asked the 10th time. And what is the reason? What happens around this that the child doesn't listen? But also that thing of, you don't have to raise your voice, or it mustn't be necessary to raise our voice in order to be firm. Now, low and slow. Okay, so not high-pitched voice and not quick talking. I think we all know that the more anxious we become, or any person, the faster they talk, and often don't realize that now. So nurturing and soft, neutral and directing. All right, so avoid loud and demanding, sarcastic, teasing, fast and bossy. There's one of the things that narcissistic parents and most probably narcissistic teachers as well are very prone to do is to humiliate kids. Now, to say things to kids in front of the rest of the class that make the class laugh, to pick on something, you know, like that's a that the child struggle with and you know, use that to humiliate the child. I mean, it's really horrific, the types of things that sometimes happen. And obviously our traumatized kids are 100% more sensitive for this, because often that's their story at home as well. So no loud and demanding, not the demanding, you know, like is the demanding might feel for the traumatized child like control. And that is why it need to be more neutral and directing than demanding, a demanding voice. Definitely being sarcastic is not going to have any good effect. And yeah, the bossy goes with demanding. So firmness does not require a loud volume. Slower pace is more gentle. Rushing always breeds reactivity. And yeah, we pick up, child and parent pick up on each other's reactivity, and it just becomes a time bomb. Okay, so don't abandon respect gestures when the child's in the midst of acting out or in a stress episode. That is what you need to teach the parents, the teachers. Protect the child's privacy as far as possible. I really want to say, I think it's extremely unethical to expose a child in that stage of vulnerability. It's always not good, but I think it's even less ethical, if you can say so, when there's a stress episode. Choices is always a good idea. Sometimes it depending on where the child is, they will be able, not be able to make choices, or willing. Okay, so this definitely doesn't work with teenagers, and to teach, preach, and moralize. And also not with very young kids. Well, it's just not good for kids in general in a disciplinary situation. We can when a child is in fight, flight, freeze, or collapse, as we know now, outside of their window of tolerance, they will not hear or understand or focus. They will come here and tell me, I heard my mom went on for another half an hour or an hour or longer, but I can't tell you one word of what she said. They shut down. No, because it's too anxiety provoking to listen to what the parent or the teacher or whoever say. And that is why it doesn't help to talk about, to try to teach the child something, to talk about consequences and so. So, but we can follow up tomorrow morning. We can follow up in a later stage when everything is calm about what happened yesterday and talk about that. Rather use direct, simple, and brief sentences. It will less be anxiety provoking. Consistencies in word patterns. All right, so what to do following poor behavior after a stress episode? Communicate to the child that it is acceptable to feel bad, but not to behave in destructive ways. Remember, often they don't remember what they did. So, you know, they wouldn't necessarily remember that they broke something, or, you know, like they hurt someone, hit someone, or something like that, or why they did it. But yeah, we can talk about that. We have to talk about that. And but not in a way that shame the child more. So there's almost what we want to say is that if there was unacceptable behavior that was violating the boundaries of someone else, or what vandalistic, or what in whatever way against the boundaries of the place or the people involved or present, debriefing of that and responsibility taking should include a detailing of the sequence of events in the episode. So, you know, this happened, I asked you to do this, and then that happened, and then that and this. And at a certain moment, and most probably you don't remember it, you start doing this. You start throwing stones through the window or what. And I could see that you are totally stressed out and most probably didn't know what you were doing. The goal is still afterwards to make the child accountable for the behavior, to provide a detailed briefing of what happened, because the child won't remember a lot of it, and to help the child to bring the reactivity in conscious awareness. So not to shame, not to blame, not to humiliate, not to bring down, none of that. Now, actually as a way to help the child, because remember, even in the phases that we went through, the second phase, first phase was safety, second phase was to become aware of my stress reactions and what I do when I get these reactions. And this is part of that. Now, what happens when the child gets so, you know, like what does the child do? What do they do when they get so reactive? Now, obviously, you can't do this with a 3-year-old. They will not, they need still, a 3-year-old traumatized child must probably functioning at a lower emotional level, so they will need the same co-regulation as a baby, but for older kids. Then you can give an appropriate consequence for the poor behavior. The child need to get the message that while the poor behavior is not acceptable, we care about the child. So there must be still a repair in the rupture that boundaries can bring. And you know, not stonewalling the child, ignoring the child, not talking to the child. Yeah, I hear that over and over, and that's unfortunately a trait of also of abusive parents and parents with personality disorder. Now, it's absolute, they just can't help themselves than to punish the child for days on end, especially if the parent's public image was, I almost want to say, intruded on through the behavior of the child. So if the child, for example, had a stress episode on the sport field where other parents were or something like that. But that is for obvious reasons not how we do that, because the work of discipline, which goes with stems from disciple. Now to learn. So in terms of consequences, I'm a very much in I like and I'm recommending logical consequences. So if I break something, how am I going to work or earn money or to pay for it? You know, like something that have directly to do with what I've done. Rather than just having to sit detention, it's maybe just another form of time out. Okay, so when we do this, all the steps that I've just said, we still have to imagine ourselves at the child's developmental age, and to alter our mindset to a child of that age. So before we go into any steps and talking about the child and debriefing what happened and help them to become conscious of their reactivity, how would we do it for a child of this age? This, you know, determining the mental age of the child. For example, go down to the floor. Okay, so here is an example. Foster parent says to you as a therapist, he disrespects me when he gets like that, and I do not tolerate disrespect from any child. Which is maybe fair, but it might also be one or other wound in the foster parent in terms of his or her own childhood. So what you can say then is, I don't think you should tolerate disrespect either. The child must be held responsible for what he says and does in a stress episode. But remember, when he is in a stress episode, making demands on him will not work. It works better to just help him stay safe and talk gently to him, after the stress episode, you can deal with the disrespect and give a consequence. Assess the foster parent to determine, for example, while telling the child why telling the child no created a stress episode. So I think because it's important that we identify triggers, previous things that happened in the child's history. Sometimes we don't know, but we can identify it as a cue or trigger for, like what happened previously. So witness nonverbal cues that this is going to become a stress episode. Maybe, for example, the child's biological mother is an alcoholic, and when she was drunk, the child could do anything, whereas when she was sober, the child was restricted. The child might react to the foster parents no as if it was the mother saying no. Now, I mean, that is what we call transference. And that is a very common phenomenon in all human relationships, but definitely also specifically when a child's removed from parental care and placed into foster parents' care. Hurtful behavior towards other kids must be addressed within limits. Otherwise, we give too much control to the traumatized child, which is also a defense, which is called omnipotent control. And that is something that that's part of the behavior of narcissists. Now, it's almost that thing of I'm almost like God, and I can do whatever I want, and everyone has to listen. I'm the king or I'm the queen, and everyone else is my subordinates, and they have to listen to what I say. All right, so how did that develop? Most probably it developed out of a feeling of powerlessness in the home, but there's an element of that need to be humanized, because otherwise you are raising a narcissist. Now, so that if there are no limits and boundaries in the end, after the managing of the behavior and stress episode and logical consequences, then we can also allow the power and the feeling of almost false power to become bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, so show when the child's behavior is not problematic, show safer ways of interacting. And remember, these kids need endless practice of getting things right. Reconnect with the child immediately after misattunement. So important for kids with abandonment, sensitivity, and attachment problems. Repair the rupture. All right, let's just look at a short clip of Bruce Perry around discipline in the classroom.
So one of the biggest challenges in education is in the whole area of discipline. And in my mind, discipline is related to the biology of reward and the biology of distress. And it's interesting to me that, by and large, when you are criticized or when you do something wrong, or when you are publicly given a consequence, shamed or disciplined, or suspended, or excluded from the class, or from recess for some activity, it is not a positive experience, right? And so here's what we know about the brain and its capacity to learn when you feel distressed. It can't learn. And so the crazy, the mind-blowing crazy thing about this is that how do you think that shaming or punishing somebody is going to make it easier for that person to learn. It's crazy. It does the exact opposite of what you are theoretically trying to achieve. If you want somebody to learn something, as we've said a lot, they need to feel safe. They need to feel like they belong. You don't extrude them, you don't exclude them, you don't shame them, you don't punish them, and then say, now learn algebra. The fundamental of contingency-based practices yoked to learning is ridiculous. Contingency-based programs were never intended to teach new concepts. Contingency-based programs in animal models and in human models basically reinforce existing internalized content. In other words, stuff you've already learned. Now, the good news is that there are ways that you can take advantage of the biology of the brain, take advantage of the neurobiology of reward and regulation, and understand stress and distress, and create environments where there is order, where there is accountability, where there is responsibility, all the things that we want to help people develop as children and young adults. So some of my favorite are practices that use a community engagement model, like restorative justice practices, or practices that take advantage of this inherently biologically powerful relational process of collaborating, like collaborative problem solving. And so when you bring those practices into a school environment, rather than shaming somebody and blaming and excluding, you're bringing somebody back into connection. People are their best when they're in community, when they're connected, when they feel safe, when they feel like they belong, and then they will learn. They can hear you. They can understand the consequences of the behavior. They can think about the future and go, yeah, that wouldn't work. They can reflect on the past and go, oh, that was really stupid. And that's how you change. You don't change by terrorizing somebody into a state of dysregulation where you're basically interacting with someone who's thinking at the level of a rabbit. You know, rabbits are not particularly good thinkers. So the idea that some of these practices are too soft really is I think, false. I think that that's community building. I think that that's giving people a better a chance. I mean, I have seen the consequences of the punishment system in our society. We know that those systems don't work very well, and we have a lot of evidence that when you treat people with respect, when you teach them skills, when you give them opportunities, when you treat them in a respectful, humane way, the probability that they'll be sociopathic and predatory and everything, that it all diminishes. The vast majority of crime and the vast majority of problems that end up being disciplined about in schools are things that are related to fear, to confusion, anger, lack of skills. These are things that are easily repairable if you identify and treat the right thing, as opposed to, or identify and address the correct thing, as opposed to shame, blame, exclude, humiliate. That never, ever leads to good things. Nobody who's been humiliated and shamed and degraded and marginalized ends up as a, you know, that doesn't breed compassion and goodwill and civic engagement and all this, you know, the stuff that we want in a healthy society, you don't get by humiliating people.
I think that's well said. All right, so now we are going to talk a bit about one of the other things that we need to work on when we want to support learners who are traumatized. I have referred to this several times, but we're going to go a bit deeper, is ego strength and how to help the child to differentiate. So children with damaged egos struggle to differentiate. Okay, and you all now still remember, but just to remind you, maybe if your brain is a bit tired at this time of the day and for all the work that we've done, here is the structure of the psyche. Unconscious. Let me just close the roof before you analyze my drawing. Unconscious, conscious, and mask. So this is the ego. And the ego get damaged because of what happens to the child. Actually, I'm going to do, in terms of the ethics, we're also going to do a part on ego. So that will more outline examples of how to see low ego strength in children and a bit more theory about it. But why do they struggle to differentiate? Because they didn't get enough, especially neglected children, abused children, didn't get enough opportunity to define and hear and be mirrored for who they are and who they are not, what they're good at and what they're not good at. In other words, what is one word for that? To make self-statements. To make self-statements, statements about themselves. So a young child, 18 months old, do that in a very immature way to show. And moving up to 2 years old with their temper tantrum or whatever to show what they like, what they don't want, running away from the mother if they're a big baby and they don't want the nappy changed. There are many ways in which a child can make a self-statement through behavior when they're young, and then they grow older and they acquire language and they get a bit more mature in the ways that they tell us in the world who they are and who they are not. What happens to neglected children? What happens to children with abusive parents? What happens to children who are sexually and physically abused, whose boundaries are severely violated? Or children that are forced and pushed to grow up too quickly where the parent is just not available. Or parents who are overly involved and absolutely, like smothering a child or infantilizing a child. Now, all of that lead to the opposite, a struggle to differentiate. So what do I mean with differentiate? I mean to be able to have, by the age of 8, 9 years old and growing older, first very on a concrete level, later in a more abstract level, to be able to say, this is me, I'm an independent person with a will, with things that I like, I don't like, with strengths, with growth areas, and on a concrete level to say, well, I'm Jim, I like maths and I don't like Afrikaans, I don't like English. And I'm good at riding a bike and I'm not good at maybe maths or whatever. Now, so basic. And then for a teenager, that would be more on an abstract level. Now, I'm Sarah and I love working in a group. I don't like to be alone. I'm good at creative activities and I'm not good at baking cakes. I'm not good at things that require a lot of patience. I'm quite impatient. Right, so unfortunately with the kids that we are talking about, lots of this didn't happen in the right order, and that again now has an influence on, a lot of stuff. Now, all the stuff that we have spoken about, the way in which they handle critique, the way in which they are self-motivated, the internal locus of control, their stress episode, their emotional regulation, and so forth. So often these kids are in fusion with the perpetrators. That's because of the lack of differentiation. So they, in the trauma bond, they protect the perpetrators, like how they idealize the perpetrators, go into denial that anything ever happened. Often they were chronically overwhelmed by the chaos in their lives. There's also poor physical boundaries, so either to just hit someone else, there was one child. I didn't have a lot of kids in my years of working, 31 years of working with kids, that has, in my therapy room, has been physically, aggressive or so. Really, I can count it on my one hand. But there was this one boy that when I said the playtime is over for today, he whacked me through the face, and I didn't see it coming. But anyway, hit others, or then overly affectionate, intrusive to conversations. So you get these kids, I don't know if you've picked that up, that also can't wait their turn in terms of if they want to tell you something as a teacher, therapist, or like if mommy have a friend and she's having coffee with a friend, the child can't bear that and wants to come in between the whole time and interrupt, that type of thing, of the foster mom. So what is a good simplified definition of differentiation? The ability to hold on to yourself while in intimate contact with another. Now, let's be fair. Now, sometimes we as adults also still struggle with that. I mean, there are also levels of that. If you think about self-differentiation versus fusion, I think we're always somewhere in a process of differentiating, leaving something, like differentiating for the parents and the outside, but also inside, the parental complexes inside now. But it means you doesn't lose your sense of who you are when you are in a relationship with someone else. Now, the traumatized child's identity was stolen, for example, by the perpetrators, and therefore the cycles of emotional and physical reactivity. So we want to lower and end this and cut the ties that bind them to the trauma. The more there are cycles of stress reactivity and stress episodes, the less the victim become able to resist being overwhelmed by the intrusive memories of the trauma. And that's why I said yesterday when we did the phases of a stress episode that we must absolutely work very hard to prevent these meltdowns from happening in the first place. We must identify it at the start and intervene, because each time that it happens, there is damage to the mental health of the child, and the stress reactivity becomes more and more and more, that domino effect. So the fusion, the lack of proper boundaries serve to make them prone to become repeated victims of the same or other perpetrators. And I've also mentioned this week, and you know that too, that when you look at the history, sometimes even when you do therapy with adults now, that absolute fact of how could one person be through so many of the same betrayals or sexual violations or whatever the case now. Now, here is one part of the answer. Now, successful perpetrators are successful because they have a developed skill or developed skills to recognize weak and damaged will in others. If you really go into all the information that's available, for example, in terms of narcissistic abuse, then the whole thing of when a potential abuser, if that might be a narcissist or a psychopath or a sociopath or whatever, personality disorder. Now, they talk about the abusive personality disorders, but when they approach a possible prey or victim, they look out, they listen, they act, they have a public image, they play a role. They're not, like the absolute act is as if they are interested in the same things, and they listen, and they listen to weaknesses in the person. And so, but one thing is when they do that first little boundary violation, be it being physically violent or saying emotionally harsh words or whatever they do, they look very closely, what does the victim do? because someone with a strong sense of self now will take that once, walk out and say, you know, I don't want to be your friend anymore. I mean, if you look at kids who are bullied or teenagers in their friendships and love relationships. But our kids who have been traumatized, who have been abused, who are lovesick, who are so just searching for someone to attach to, often, unfortunately, have a damaged will or sense of self. And therefore, what do? They take that abuse, and they are often forced to say to repair the relationship in terms of to say, I'm sorry, when the other party was the abuser. That is a very, very, very dominant, prominent trait of emotional abuse now. So because they have this poor sense of self and easily blame themselves, they go and they say they're sorry, and they give the perpetrator this big a message of, with me, you can do whatever you want. And each time when the abusive events take place, the sense of self of the victim becomes weaker and weaker and weaker now. So through the abuse, they overwhelm the victim's ability to hold on to their own sense of self. Even in the best scenarios, I must say to you that because of the sense of self that becomes, and that's what so often the victims, even in terms of adults now, their sense of self becomes weaker and weaker, and they can't go out. They can't step out of this anymore. They don't have the power, the energy, and so forth to do that. Some of them just like sometimes commit suicide now and self-death. So, yeah, they overwhelm your, and I think, you know, like we can also apply all our neurological brain knowledge here now that the victims then are constantly not functioning out of their neocortical area. A well-differentiated individual is much harder for a perpetrator to engage. Okay, now a handling strategy for traumatized kids to guard against the reoccurring of interpersonal trauma is to become control obsessed. So I've talked quite a bit this week about one of the traits of traumatized kids is definitely to become over-controlling, and I've also mentioned omnipotent control. So what are examples of control-obsessed behavior? Being very internally focused, hypervigilant, gaining control over surrounding situations or people with agitated, aggressive, and self-destructive behavior. And then we've talked enough about the ripple effect of that on social relationships and so forth now. But the reason is actually to protect now. So it's still anxiety driven. So they become experts in control. And that control, the way they control is very functional with perpetrators, but dysfunctional in other environments. And now, you know, like if they still have contact with the perpetrator, that's like I said earlier, that makes it more difficult. But yeah, so in a sense, as they become hopefully, if they are removed out of the toxic environment and they are living somewhere else where it's safer, hopefully gradually that they can also learn that this control is, you know, the over control. The control obsessed behavior now brings other problems, and they don't need that anymore to feel safe. So traumatized children need strong and repeated messages that they have a right to choose. And therefore give appropriate opportunities to create their own boundaries. I think that is very important. It's work that we do in the therapy room, but they also need to hear that at home. Even in small ways, like this is my birthday present and my sister can't just take it and play with it, because parents so frequently expect children to share. That they focus more on the fact you need to learn to share than on the fact that I'm allowed to set a boundary. You know, I need to be respected. At least my sister need to ask. They can't just take my stuff. And we need to have a balance between the fact that there are things that are mine and I don't have to share it. And there are other things, and like that, it's good pro-social behavior sometimes to share. But for these kids with a poor differentiation, we must show a lot of support and respect when they choose not to share, because for them, it's like going against their whole history. Now, and also tolerating the anxiety of, I'm saying no, and it's okay. I'm not being abandoned, rejected, or anything like that. All right, so that's what we talked about yesterday now, in establishing safety. If you see that the child need to get out of the class because of a upcoming stress episode, would you like to go to the library or the counseling office? So that choice, would you like to bath before or after dinner? Now, giving choices is always, working in polarities is the biggest way in which we strengthen a child's sense of self. Look out for abused children that act cooperatively because they are used to please to avoid abuse. Often in my work for adults, it's still come out now that absolute hypervigilant state of, if I, it goes with the defense of submit that we've discussed. Now, rather submit, because and when they start saying no the first time in a hopefully safe environment where they learn that, they will still experience arousal symptoms, hopefully just outside of their window of tolerance, and hopefully with a person with whom they can communicate that and that they can hear, but it's so okay. In here, you can choose. In here, it's safe to say no. In here, you can decide now. But I mean, being exposed to harsh treatment over a long period of time, if you dare to have a voice, if you dare to set a boundary, if you dare to say no, and suddenly you're in a different environment, it's going to take quite a bit of practice to experience and for your brain to repeatedly get the message that, well, now it is safe and I can do that and I can start doing it more. Okay, rather use a request in a kind voice than a directive. So I think I've said several times now, these kids don't do good with directives that sounds domineering. So would you be willing to? Those words, I said earlier, to say to a child, of course, you needed to do this and that to keep yourself safe. Now, the other sentence that I like a lot is to ask a child, would you be willing to, rather than just to give a directive. The child need to hear many times that he or she is free to refuse the request. Now, if that is something that the child can refuse, but initially the focus is on you have a choice, because the less the child experience that they have a choice, the control obsessed child, the more defensive they are going to become, the more they are going to be oppositional, the more they experience like it's fine if I choose A or B, the more they will let their guard down, the more safe they will experience and safety, and the less oppositional they will become. Even if directives are given, the use of choice must always be the first possibility. Now, wherever it's possible, give a choice. The right to openly ask for a need to be met is also essential in developing the differentiation. So that's the other thing that did not happen with these kids. Now, that these kids did not experience often is that I think I've said it many times, and that's why we always go back to what is the need underneath the behavior, and why does a child need to satisfy a need in this dysfunctional way. But so now we want the child to start to feel safe enough to ask for need satisfaction and to ask for what they need without having to plot or plan or to, do something more dysfunctional. So yeah, the example of abused or neglected kids that steal food or other items and hide it or to eat it or use in secret. or for a child that never asked an adult's help when needed. So some of these kids, especially those with the avoidant attachment style, they had to grow up too quickly. They learned and heard many times that there's no one for them. Grow up, you're bothering me. Don't bother me. Even from a parent, take care of me. Now the parentified kids. So now this seemingly zero independence for, I don't need any help. I can do everything by myself. I'm grown up. I will sort it out. It's not a mature independence. Now, it's in fact the foundations of that are quite fragile. Now, it's a mask. In abusive situation, it often was safer not to ask for help. And stealing and hiding issues and behavior should not be confused with the moral issues of stealing. I don't want to say I struggle a lot, but this is something that I very frequently have to rephrase for parents and teachers, that it's not, the main issue here is not stealing. It's not that the child doesn't have a conscience. It's an expression of a continued sense of not being safe and deprivation. It's a compulsive act. One way in which I see it in the in my playroom, that emotional deprivation or physical deprivation is when I recently had a child. I've never seen something like that. I have a whole basket full of Checkers little shop thingies. So, you know, all those little grocery things that you could get a year or what back when you buy, I think, something for 150 Rand. So, and there was previously also, so I have a whole basket full of that. And the child compulsively start, and then I have a shopping trolley with bigger types of things like, you know, fruit, plastic fruit and all kinds of stuff. And the child start compulsively to pack all of those food and Checkers little shop thingies in the dollhouse. But as, you know, like the room in the dollhouse became full and it started falling out. But there was it was again that repetitive post-traumatic play of being very literal, joyless, self-absorbed, don't realize even I'm there and struggling, you know, pushing that food back. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, like to just stuff up this amount of food and stuff in a dollhouse, no, in a room. But that would be a absolute example of that emotional and physical deprivation. So that's a way to see it. All right, so a key in recovery is to balance the structure and the nurture, high structure, high nurture. I referred previously in this course to those two pillars. So a child left in a house where the abuse occurred, treatment will go slow because, like I've said now, to stay in the house where abuse occur is a contraindication for progress in therapy because the child's continuously exposed to multiple cues and triggers. And then often traumatized kids, difficulty in trusting, therefore also difficulty to accept both structure and nurture. And because of a new placement, sometimes in a foster home, or because of all their defenses. But the foster parent, for example, must have a very clear communicated structure of how it works in this house. And then with that structure, which goes to the pattern, repetitive, rhythmic type of things that we've heard a lot about, multiple ways to also demonstrate high nurture in the way that a child accepts it. For example, a child with substance abuse parents, but if it's both parents, often had to go for long times without structure or nurture. If the parent stopped drinking for a while, often because of the parents' own guilt feelings. Now, the parents start to overcompensate by smothering nurturing or autocratic discipline. Now we're going to get rules in this home, and from now on things are going to work like that. And that lasts for 2 days or a week, and then the parents are drunk again. So either way, now if it goes, but you can just imagine, and how would a child that grow a bit older, growing into teenagers, have any respect for a parent that act like this? Now, structure is also nurturing because it provides it provides a lot of security. Have you ever thought about it like that? So children with difficult histories actually need a higher amount of structure. It doesn't mean control, it means structure now. Because of their chaos or inconsistent structure. So what are examples? The daily routine. Now we've said that it mustn't be changed, and if it's changed, the child must be prepared for that. Predictability of events, how are things going to work, what do we eat on what night, what are my chores, which also creates a sense of belonging, who is in charge of what, and the impeccable consistency. So what will help them develop trust in the new caregiver, for example, if it's a foster child or a children's home child, will be that consistency. Like, this parent just never is late to fetch me at school. I was involved in a case where the mother was a pathological liar, and she was always late to collect the child at school, but she would, the bell ring, then child have a cell phone. She would phone the child and she would say, I'm just around the corner. And then it takes another half an hour before she's there. And I mean, after many, many, many repetitions of just around the corner, the child said to me, I know my mom is lying. I know she's not speaking the truth. I know she hasn't even, I hear the birds in our house, the budgies. I know she hasn't even left home. So that type of thing. Now, consistency in terms of promises. Child ask the mother to do something, to buy for something for assignment at school. Mother just don't do it. Mother says she's going to do it, she doesn't do it. Or lots of other stuff like that. So I mean, you can imagine what that do to trust. So the inconsistent structure, children developed definitely behavioral difficulties in the emotional, unstable, out of control, or they become the parent. Now, because they just know they can't trust the parents or any of this. Little structure, if it's too unstructured, it adds to the stress levels beyond their trauma history. And structure lead to predictability, lower stress, and a more stable child. Now, initially, I have no doubt about it that the child might resent the freedom when the freedom of structure is removed, because I mean, there's something also nice, and I mean, the older the child, the more the trouble, because if a teenager for years and years had freedom of structure, and suddenly they are placed in a place where there's structure, like in a hostile environment or so, that will not feel too nice. So they prepare the parents, prepare the children's home parents or whoever that, initially the child might push back and the child might rebel against it, but the child actually needs this to feel safe. So they need to learn to accept age normative structure from caregivers, because that is what I said earlier. It humanized the omnipotent control of, I'm in control of the world. I can do what I want. Like everyone have to listen to me, which is a false sense of control, but it's still a dangerous thing in terms of developing narcissism in the long term. All right, so offer structure with great nurturing and security, and be aware of a specific child's structural needs. For example, some of the kids who struggle with anxiety, now they want to be dropped at school in the morning, half an hour before the bell rings. Now, let's say there are 3 kids in the home and only one of the kids are like that. And if the parent don't understand that, then, you know, like the child might be accused of you so selfish, you know, like why, you know, it's not just about you. Some of the two other kids might be very much laid back and they don't care if they dropped at school a minute before the bell ring or even a minute after the bell is rung. So you hear what I'm saying now. But I've picked up with kids who manage the anxiety by this type of structure of I was working with a child with a teenager with an eating disorder, and what was very prevalent in her way of coping was the more stress, like when the matric exam came closer or the record exam, the more rigid she became in a structure. You know, like I have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it went to the extent of 7 minutes after 5, I go to the shower, 10 minutes, I get out, 15 minutes. And if one little minute of that changed, she freaked out. Okay, so that was a way, how can I say, that's not a healthy sense of control, but it was an effort to cope with high levels of anxiety. So when I say take the child's specific need for structure into account, you're not gonna you know, like a parent that don't care and that's always disorganized and late, and you have a child that need to be on time or that is so scared or for the consequences at school when they're late, or the shame or whatever, the shouting of a teacher, it's rude not to listen and to say to that child, you need to be dropped at a certain time. Now, it's a bit complicated if there are more siblings. Some of the parents, what they do is, okay, dad will drop the one that want to be dropped early and mom will drop the other two. But just to take note of it. Now, it's not just the thing of I'm trying to be difficult. I also find that kids with OCD type of traits or OCD, they are the ones that, especially around those type of things, get more and more obsessive and compulsive. All right, if there are too much structure, find balance, the child will get rebellious, and if there are too little, will act out and push you to set more boundaries. So, you know, like there's somewhere in the middle is the right way. Okay, so we can compensate, we can, you know, like if you have a structure and the child's acting out, keep the structure, but compensate by also giving a lot of nurturing and support. And as a therapist, we can be an in-home observer to assess the caregiver. So if that is part of the work that you do, it's quite interesting to go to the home and observe how things play out there. Because often parents and caregivers have a blind spot. They don't realize that they have too little structure, or they are inconsistent with what they say, or they tell the child 10 times to go and bath and stuff like that. And then after this observation, you can give a written list of suggestions of what you think can work better. Okay, so here's an example. A 3-year-old child had an intense 2-day stress episode when foster parents put away the Christmas tree. The holiday season had been less structured than usual, and the packing reminded her of the many times she and her mother moved. So there you can see the trauma trigger. So the caregivers communicate clearly what's going to happen next and why, and then it can help if the child's prepared. Things that we take for granted, especially a parent, a teacher, or any adult that don't understand anxiety. I think I haven't ever seen a child that's traumatized that doesn't struggle with anxiety, except if the child is totally without a conscience. No, but apart from that, all kids who are traumatized have struggles with anxiety and are frequently diagnosed with anxiety disorders too, as comorbidity to PTSD. So if you have a better understanding, be it of the parent or which adult, of how anxiety feel, it's easier to have empathy for the things that we might be taken for granted, but that can be very distressing. Here's an example. So a child was driving with her dad somewhere, I don't remember, between two towns or what. And there was a car accident, they drove, and there was a car accident that just took place. And two children were thrown out of the car, and I think the mother died, and there was one of the kids who also died. They tried to help, and I mean, you can just imagine how traumatic it is to witness that. And I don't know if the child made the hypothesis that they didn't have their safety belt on, but the child grew up in a home where, the parents were very strict. You put your safety belt on. And now each time when the child was climbing the car with someone else from then on, like where they don't have to, like driving with a friend and a friend's mom, and no one put on their safety belts. The child got frantic now of anxiety. Why? Because of what she witnessed. No, but now there's almost the cruelty that child have of the others think, oh man, this will never happen. How some people is now. They are like, this just happened with other people, or you are too much, or whatever. Now, and PTSD is very sly, but this is an example of how what might be extremely anxiety provoking for one child because of being exposed to trauma, someone else just either don't understand or refuse to understand. So caregivers need to give their to repeat reassurances. For example, I will come and collect you after school. We will go and buy your sport clothes on Saturday. Stuff like a visual, big, large calendar using stickers and color codes for a non-reading child in terms of what happens when. All of that works very well with these kids. We've talked about the predictability, and when a child specifically removed out of a chaotic parental home, put in foster care, limit free time in the beginning, because that can also lead to anxiety. Boredom is often not good for these kids because it's just enough time to start thinking about traumatic things and have internal cues that leads to a stress episode. So it's not that you want to overwhelm the child with activities, but don't leave them for afternoons on end to do their own thing. Okay, communicate changes in routine. And then it's very important, as always, structure one-on-one time with caregivers and family together. Humor can be a nurturing thing. It's just initially these kids, especially the emotionally abused kids, might struggle to distinguish between, like for them, humor, the humor that they know might be degrading, cruel, and cutting down. And now we want the family to expose them more to pleasant family humor. So, which is definitely not, for example, something like relentless teasing can really add to a child's stress loss and stress cup. And there are children that are emotionally abused that develop PTSD symptoms because of specifically narcissistic antisocial parents that relentlessly tease, regrade, have a harassing kind of teasing, degrading the child. It's terrible. And it's actually what's triggered is the parent is envious of the child and therefore need to bring, like everyone down that they feel actually is a threat for them. Okay, let's take our coffee break and then we start again at 4:15. Okay, let's do the last part for today, and also we're going to end off with this section so that tomorrow we're going to spend the whole morning more on the ethical stuff. Okay, sexualized humor can be very traumatizing for a child, and it makes me extremely angry if, like even a dad say to a child when she starts, a girl, when she starts developing her breast, like have the bee sting you or stung you or something like that. No, and more so for a child that has had boundary violations in that regard. But I mean, not just then, always. Okay, nurturing can be verbal or non-verbal demonstrations of care, concern, and support. It's something that the child will just pick up, and the mirror neurons of the child will pick that up from your brain directly. So higher types of nurturing, high levels of that need to be planned, how you're going to do it, what type of nurturing work for the child. Also, as for the parents, when they get to know the child better, it's easier to know what that specific child experienced as nurturing. Be careful that children with post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms might look more healthy and stable than they are. Why? Because they have a part, this part that go on with life as normal, and then they have the defensive parts. Now, in other words, the parts that are sometimes dissociated, that only jump out certain times, and that we don't always see, and therefore can misjudge ourselves. So, all right, what am I going to write in this parts? All the defenses. Now, so, right. Fleeing, remember, is also eating disorders, alcohol and drug, substance abuse, all those, fight, flight, freeze. And what are the other two? Do you still remember? Submit. Whoops. Let me see if I can just write it there. Okay, it doesn't want to. Submit and attach. So the kids who just become needy and more needy and clingy when they are abused. And the last one is, oh, there are many, but let's say these are the main descriptive words: collapse. So, and that is, I'm going to spend enormous time on this in the course that I'm now developing on dissociation and working with teenagers. So, yeah, but that is the difficult part, isn't that's really why some kids are successful in committing self-death, is because we don't always see what's going on there beneath the surface. We don't see the compartmentalization there. Okay, assess the child's comfort level when moving into verbal and physical affection. Some kids might be very, like, don't want that, don't want to hear words like I love you or any type of physical touch, especially if they have been physically abused or sexually abused. Be cautious of physical contact. Ask before you touch. Replace hugs, for example. This is all suggestions for parents now, and foster parents and children's home caregivers. Replace hugs with high fives, handshakes, or pats on the back if the child's uncomfortable. So we know that healthy relationships develop over time, and just demonstrate this with how the child also call the foster parents. So that thing that I said of also put a boundary of immediately calling their mum and dad. And a thing that works well is to avoid loyalty issues, is using a different name for foster parents and what the parents are called. And ask the child how he or she wants to be called. I think that's also a way of helping with ego strength, differentiation, and respect. Abused kids have a very difficult time accepting and believing compliments. So, like their inner working models that was created with the attachment, and the inner core beliefs that comes from trauma would say things like, they don't really mean it, you're just saying it, you want something from me, and so So be specific. Now, don't give unqualified compliments. A compliment, a talent, a desired routine behavior, or a character strength. For example, if a child values keeping his belongings together, compliment that instead of how well he ties his shoes. Now, so what is, like certain things will mean more to a child. Give choices. Okay, so if the relationship is stress, the giver or the parent can still choose to do a kind favor. So it's almost that thing of there's something that happened here that we need to discuss, and we are going to discuss it, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to be kind to you. I'm not going to put a sweetie on your bed or whatever is kindness. No. Okay, so that's not the same as emotional indulgence. It's just that bottomless pit and the higher level of attention that these kids need. Empathy important, and like I've said many times, it does not mean you condone misbehaviors or violent behavior or self-harm. Yeah, and then look out for compassion fatigue and caregivers. This is not easy work to do. Eye contact must not be demanded in an insensitive way. Now, like look me in the eyes when I talk to you, but it's a nurturing act, because actually that's the first way in which that mirroring takes place and reciprocity is built and attunement is built between a mother and a baby. So firmly but gently ask for eye contact prior to important communication, because often parents complain that the child don't listen or the child don't hear or the child don't react. So it's also part of that, okay, if the child struggles with attention, make sure that you and the child have contact with each other, gentle eyes. Unconditional positive regard, also when the child chooses to share parts of their story. There's a lot of conditional baggage that again come a lot from toxic parents, is I only love you when you behave well. So often these kids don't have an experience of what unconditional love means. And that's quite important. So there's a difference between unconditional positive regard and allowing the child to use a trauma history as an excuse for poor behavior. So the latter is, like I know adults that are for their whole adult life in a victim role. Now, and part of our working with traumatized kids in therapy as well is to move from the trauma working stage to what is now a big word is post-traumatic growth. Now, so how do I move from being a survivor or victim to being a survivor, but then moving to a thriver? Yeah, so also to look out for that. I mean, that's not as I say, I mean, like taking all into account now, we also need to be careful for that. Shared experiences, often things that these kids missed out on. They didn't have any exposure to working in the garden together or doing a puzzle, working alongside. Again, that parallel thing that can create a lot of feeling of communion and belonging. And also accept nurture from the child. Now, so yeah, sometimes when we work with parents, the parent will say, well, I'm not a physical touch parent, or I'm not a play parent, or that thing of that as parents now that we need to adapt to the needs of the child, and we don't have I mean, like certain things we can, but I don't think, you have the privilege of saying, like, sorry, leave me alone. I don't like touch. And if a parent struggle with their own unfinished traumatic history, to go for therapy and work on that. Okay, some things about working with teenagers, some special considerations. All right, so these teenagers really need a highly differentiated adult to intervene, because, I mean, everything that we've discussed is multiplied by 10 or 20 once they become teenagers. And I think I've mentioned quite a bit of the stuff of the teenagers now. not to absorb the teen's negative emotional energy. So as parents, it can be hard, it can be difficult, it can be much more difficult because of the fact that they come from a traumatic history. To remain calm can be much more difficult, and to not reacting when there's provocation can be hard. But it's still the parent and the teacher's job to demonstrate that it's possible to regulate in a different way. And because teenagers are able for, they can do metacognition now, so they have thoughts about thoughts, so they can be aware of what they are thinking. And therefore, we can do a lot more of that thing of let's identify a thought and what did this thought lead to in terms of what feelings and what behavior, and what if you change your thought, and that whole thing of challenging faulty core beliefs. Now, what evidence do you have for that? And how do you change? How does it change what you feel if you think differently? And so yeah, we can work, and they can develop insight also easier. So the whole thing of we don't just have to move from stimulus to response. There can be a thinking. There's a head in between, and that can make a big difference. Whereas for younger children, under the age of 10, they're not very much aware of what they do have thoughts, but they're not aware of it. So it will be very hard to work on that level, harder. Okay, the teenagers can also struggle to accept validation due to the poor self-esteem, and they can feel quite awkward if they get affirmations or positive compliments in the presence of others. So it's something that is better to be done privately and quiet, especially when they're in that more difficult phase of between grade 7 and 9, when they really feel like everyone is watching them. And with affirmations, keep a balance between skills, talents, appearance, and worthiness. And it must be congruent. I mean, like, it mustn't be false, because they will know that too. The pacing of intimacy building must be in the hands of the teen. Never push the teenager for descriptions and detail of the trauma. And if shared, handle as very precious, and that you are privileged. It is a privilege. It's actually a very sacred thing for any person to share their pain with us or with any person. And we must never forget that. And they need a trustworthy adult. I mean, they might push away. Yesterday evening, I thought about parents that want to bring their teenagers to therapy, and then when they get to the practice, my practice, over the years, sometimes the teenager refused to get out of the car. Now, so we know that teenagers are much more resistant to come to therapy. But I've had parents that come into the practice and say, we don't know how to get the child out of the car. And then in the end, I walk to the car, and shame. Then some of them feel a bit ashamed, and they will get out because they don't want to set up, have a scene in front of me. But always, or most of the time, as far as it was possible, have a type of conversation that is validatory in nature of, I can understand that you don't want to be here. And it's absolutely okay. They're totally different at the end. And I'm sure you have experienced that too if you work with teenagers. Now, it's that first encounter, but just to get them there. And then very often they are the ones that ask, I need an appointment, or I want to go. All right, ways to address stealing and lying. Be straightforward and non-punitive when items are discovered. Now we are talking about the traumatized kids with a compulsive behavior. Make sure for example, in terms of children's home children, foster children, that there are repeated demonstrations of availability of needed food and other items. So last year I was involved in a case where it's not a children's home, a hostel. Young child, I'm talking about grade 1 child going for the first time away from parental home to grade 1 and to the hostel. So that's quite an adaptation to make. And the hostel father, the head of the hostel, or the owner of it, had a rule that the children are not allowed to bring any snacks or anything from home. And I'm not sure what the reason was, but like I'm just thinking about that whole thing of, and maybe I'm very much reminded of my own story, because when I was in hostel years ago, it was just one level up from a children's home in terms of, like you weren't allowed to have a fridge or bring some food and put it in the fridge, or have that. If you're hungry, you were hungry. And we could go to town on a Wednesday afternoon, but then you eat all your sweets and stuff that same afternoon. So on Mondays, you bring something from home. On Tuesdays, you're hungry. On Wednesdays, you go to town. On Thursdays, you're hungry. And fortunately, Friday, we could go home. But what I want to say is that on a more serious note, that there was a whole issue, and I addressed that issue also, like what is the reason, and why are kids not allowed to bring something nurturing from home? Don't call the child to the area where the food is found. So this is now specifically in terms of that hoarding compulsion now, where the parent might call the child, like, Jimmy, come here. What is this food that you found in your cupboard, or stuff like that? And don't just simply remove the items from the hiding place and say nothing to the child, because that can trigger a stress response. Child might think that he or she is going to be punished or abused, or, like, what happened to the food that I stored up here? This makes me deeply sad just to talk about that. I really, like, how sad is it that some children are so deprived of basic needs that they have to develop this compulsion when they're not deprived anymore, in order to, tell the deeper self that you will never be without it again, or I will make sure. It's almost that inner protector. Now, I'll make sure that you're not hungry ever again. One of the children that have been with me in the hostel, I haven't seen him for a boy, we were friends like for 30 years, and then we meet each other, and he told me that even as adult, in his grocery, when he buy groceries, if he use one item in the grocery cupboard, like baked beans or whatever, when it's removed, you have to replace it with something else, because of that trauma of the deprivation in the hostel. Okay, empathy about the why, if the child is able to know that, if the child's conscious about that, but otherwise just to understand the compulsion behind deprivation. We can practice doing it differently, understand how the stealing make them feel. It can really be a way to manage anxiety. I'm so scared there will not be enough, so let me gather up and hoard food somewhere so that there is enough, then my anxiety goes down. The fear that the parents would not love them if they know the bad things that had happened. So it might also be that the child do this to test the parents' commitment, or the repetition compulsion, the compulsion to repeat or to create a repetition of what happened in the past. Very prevalent in children that haven't worked through their trauma. So if I keep on doing certain things, then I will provoke you to abandon me, and then I prove to myself that I'm right about myself, about what I believe about myself. All kind of stuff can be triggers, like we said, sound, smell, movement, body, and okay. Triggers can also be associated with difficult times. So how to address stuffing. So go where the child is and gently observe. For example, I noticed that there was a sandwich under your bed. I was wondering why it was there. Then I thought it might be that you want to make sure that there is enough for your lunchbox in case we might run out. You do not have to worry about that. We always have enough to eat. Now you can get the sandwich and either eat it or put it in the fridge or throw it out if it's too old. Yeah, although overindulgence by the child need to be managed, healthy food must be readily available. That's important now. Yeah, because now some kids overeat as a way of regulating now, which is another compulsion. But yes, I mean, it needs, this type of stuffing need to be handled with a lot of empathy. The process of choice and reassurance of enough food need to take place repeatedly, because that provides deep respect for the child's ego identity. So when choice goes with control, then comes a feeling of security. Okay, other types of consistency that these kids need to be provided with is, for example, predictable meal times, to know what type of food to and how much to expect. It might be for them a life or death issue. And if there's not enough, or, you know, like maybe there's something else that they expect, different food on a Wednesday evening or Tuesday evening, it might trigger survival instincts in the brainstem. Reprogramming of this will take lots of times, energy, and strategic planning. So also clear, sufficient, predictable bedtime routines. I think, I'm sure you will agree that there's something very nurturing in a bedtime routine, although it is actually a structure thing. And that's what I said earlier. Now, structure also do provide in nurturing needs. But sometimes when I talk to parents, and like maybe a child have difficulty falling asleep or keep on calling the parent back, which is very much a separation anxiety thing, because to sleep means separation, and will you be there now when I wake up? But I would ask parents, like, what are your sleep routine, or children's home caregiver? And it's literally, and I'm not talking now about older kids, but let's say preschoolers and young foundation phase kids. Okay, in the bed, go to bed now, like, good night, bye. And I think, like they're having a routine of, we read a bedtime story, or maybe we read out of the Bible, I sit with you. That's often the time when children tell you what happened during the day. If you lie down with them, that they wouldn't tell you before that, previously, because they were too overwhelmed and just want to forget about it. Yeah, so that's also something that we can do in our parental guidance, is to help parents to understand, especially for these kids that didn't have it and that are scared to go and sleep alone. Okay, so separation anxiety at school, well, we can talk 2 days about that, but the most important thing is not what you do with the kids, but what you do after what you have done. Their fears do not spring from reason and will therefore not respond to reason. Okay, Trish say, I've often seen children who steal money that they use to buy treats, which they share with other kids at the child and youth center, looking for connection. Yeah, and to almost to buy friends, no? So you're looking for belonging, but also when they start to feel that they're not socially accepted, now it's a way of planning and plotting and making a plan to have to get friends, which is also making me sad. But you're right. No, unfortunately, obviously, that makes them very prone to being exploited also. No, because I mean, as long as I steal stuff and I hand it out, then you are nice to me. But as soon as I don't have something to give to you, then you ignore me. Now, and that is the thing of these kids. They are so sensitive to being bullied because of their sensitivity and what they do, and try to get their needs met, in this case, social needs. Kylie say, we also had a child who used to steal compulsively, but then would throw away the stolen items. Yeah, okay, so I think that's interesting. So that's not the hoarding. That's more like, I have the compulsion. I want to have this thing. I see the chocolate on the teacher's table and I want to have it. So I take it, but then somewhere along the line, most probably I get confronted with anxiety of, what if I'm caught out, or what if I now I want to experience that short moment of having it, but then I'm scared about the consequences maybe, and then I throw it away. Very interesting, sure. Yeah, so these compulsions now can figure in different ways, if I can say so. No, it doesn't always come out in the same way. All right, something about self-harm that also links with ethics. Now, I've talked quite a bit about self-harm, but loss of ego identity. So kids who go into hypoarousal are the most prone to move to self-harm. So I decompensate in terms of my ego integrity. I have rage and or I numb, and I go to self-harm. Each child is unique, but there's also a physiological explanation of what hormones and what is secreted in the body once they start self-harming, and how does that make them feel now. It could have developed initially as a manipulative tool. I'm going to hold my breath till I die, to distract the abuser or the non-abusive parent from another abusive episode. Now, so we must always remember what is dysfunctional in a functional environment might have been functional in a dysfunctional environment. So, it might have been a lifesaver. But unfortunately, once generalized, the child will continue to use it when under stress, even when no longer necessary. And that is where I'm proud of my kids that can track, well, it's 30 days since I've last done it, or it's 60 days, or it's 90 days, and how they try now, but it can become quite an habitual thing. Detachment and numbing comes to play big time. Also, foolish risk-taking behaviors, absolute recklessness. Now, it's part of the dissociative state. Jumping from the top of a staircase and then they don't feel pain. Well, I've never heard a child, they want the feeling to come back, but when they do it, then they burn themselves. I had a child last year who burned herself with boiling water. She had such a bad burning wound. The other one took a tweezer and she literally, I can't even say scratch. I mean, she literally, I almost want to say, took out some of the flesh. There's no other way. I mean, it was bad. Another one took a nail clipper and cut parts of her face whenever she got in that state. And then, I mean, sure, how do you hide that in any way now? Intentional self-harm, such as biting, punching, or head banging, or cutting in older kids, it might be a means of control from becoming totally numb. Most often is fear of going the edge and never coming back. Now, I want to say again, that fear of going over the edge is almost what I said yesterday. I feel like I'm falling forever. It links up with a fear of annihilation, a fear of dying. Now, that the numbness is extreme. Now, so I have to do something to prevent myself from really dying, if I can say so. So our first impulse, if we see that, is to intervene physically. I had a child last year where the mother set a boundary as a consequence that the child couldn't go to a party, and that was, in that case, not the right thing, because then the child's totally dissociated and starts severely cutting herself, and the mother find her there, and then the mother get frantic and totally dysregulated, and was now shouting she's going to phone the ambulance, and the child was not in life danger, but what happened is then, fortunately, maybe because the mother was shouting, the child got back into sympathetic arousal from the immobilization state and run away from the home. So she literally flee, which in that case was life-saving. All right, so obviously the risk of permanent damage or death, we need to intervene physically. We need to stop the child. In other cases, often it will just escalate the stress reaction, which is then hitting, hair pulling, biting, breath holding, head banging, and so. And according to studies, physical restraint is not productive in ending future repetition of self-harm. So, I mean, there are much deeper work necessary. I think the the question, and I'm going to address this much more thoroughly in my new course, but the question is, why does the child have to dissociate in the first place? Now, what's happening in the process, what's happening in the child's current situation, what has happened, and how did this come an habitual thing, and how can we help the child to, what can be done to prevent the child from so continuously going in this states of immobilization? So I was involved in a case where the mother had a bit of borderline traits, mom and dad's divorce, and both teenagers, because of long-term high conflict in the home, they developed quite severe depression, suicidality, self-harm, all kinds of problems. That's so typical of a history of this. And the child was admitted in the psychiatric hospital for depression, and before that she was self-mutilating. And when she came out, when she was discharged, almost the first thing that the mother said to her when she's back at home is, like, are you going to cut yourself again? Now go and do it, just I will have no money to send you back to that hospital. You will have to go to the government hospital. And I mean, like, that was just what was needed to put the child that was now just at a state of calm, coming from the hospital, worked hard on herself, had a lot of sessions, to put her back in a state of self-mutilation. But there was anger involved in that. Now, so she cut herself. She made sure that the tissues full of blood was at a space where the mother could see that. Yeah, so complicated stuff. But I mean, that was absolutely not the right thing to do now. Okay, raising your voice, demanding, threatening consequences, or forced trips to psychiatric hospitals are also counterindicated. That's interesting. In all literature and in my own personal experience, although kids often have to be admitted to hospital in the moment when the child is self-harming, it's not the time. It's like the discipline. Now wait till the child is back in on cortical level and regulated. So what to do? Become sensitive to the child's level of stress. Self-harm only normally happen when they're highly stressed or highly dissociated, and intervene before they get too intense. Closely notice behavioral signs before self-harm. So it's also good. There are triggers. There's always triggers. And the kids in my practice can tell me. So there's often a set of signs that present each time before the self-harm begins. Most of these kids also, and those of you workers that will know that too, they make sure, because when they need it, for them, it's a case of life and death when they need to do that. So they make sure that they have something available. The blade of a pencil sharpener, one or other type of blade, a broken glass pieces, they will put it somewhere in their room. All right, so verbally recognize and name the emotion you are seeing, talk about the feelings, try to offer a different way to express that, to help the child to refocus. For example, a preferred activity or a known self-soothing activity. Firm directives might become necessary, but not the first option. Continue to offer positive choices of different behaviors. And if it's a reaction to a directive that the parent gave, it might be necessary for the parent to back off a bit and give the child a positive choice, or if there's maybe someone else that can intervene. Here's an example. You are very angry at having to go to bath now. Maybe you're also scared of the bathtub. Offer a child the choice. Maybe you would like to choose if you have your bath now or after dinner. If the child engages in self-harm behavior, for example, head banging, intervene by placing your hand, a pillow, or a stuffed animal between the child's head and the wall. Approach the child slowly, carefully, and in a non-threatening way, gentle and nurturing voice. Tell the child that you can see in how much pain he or she is and don't want to see him or her hurt themselves. Ask the child to stop hurting themselves and to start taking care of themselves. Talk about how frightening it is. It must feel for the child, not for you as an adult to feel this way. Add suggestions on how they can replace that with something better. Now, the child might try to remove the stuffed animal or the towel or your hand or move it away from you. So be persistent in standing relatively close and just put it back. And it can also be good to get a special stuffed animal for this purpose and give it a name. Ask permission to touch the child and be specific in what touch you intend. For example, ask permission to put your hand on their back. The touch should be nurturing and gentle. For example, gently rub the child's back, continue to use gentle and nurturing verbalizations, and encourage the child to hug or cuddle. So this is not a stuffed animal for projecting anger or not. That this is for self-nurturing and soothing. If the child settle, an invitation for a hug might be appropriate. So the goal is in the end, again, to teach the child a more appropriate way to manage that. Attend to and manage your own emotions. So it might be that when you work with a parent that have to manage this, I mean, in its best, this might be quite dysregulating for a parent to see. Some parents are more able to regulate themselves. Others are totally, I mean, like most often what I see is parents with borderline traits, which often is part of the problem why kids doing this. But they just get totally dysregulated when they see a child do that. It might remind them of their own urge to do that, or maybe they've done that when they were younger. So they are not good in it might be a good idea to get someone else or phone someone else to come and intervene for them. So also to give suggestions on what can be done. Expressing, like I've said, that mother that shouted at the child, agitation or anxiety. So it's just not a time for the parent or the adult to express their own anxiety. When you cut yourself, it makes me feel like this. I'm a bad mother. So if the child's approached with an incorrect emotional expression, negative, demanding, hostile, angry, or physical, they will just lash out. Now, it will get worse. So if it happens, move away. Never, as far as possible, not never. I mean, if it's life or death, it's necessary. But if not, don't restrain the child. If the child stop self-harming and move to lashing out, it might actually mean, in terms of the 3 levels in the brain of the polyvagal theory, that they've moved from immobilization to the fight response. And that is actually a positive move because it's a numbing of the immobilization that causes self-harm. So also for parents to understand those levels now and to see that, okay, but like let the child lash out. It's at least one step better towards back into the window of tolerance. The problem is just that the child can now be confused and see the parent as the threat or the perpetrator and have backup available. That's very important. Sometimes the child might calm down for a short period and then start all over again, unfortunately. So if it happens, move back with the stuffed animal, use nurturing words again, and repeat this until the child accepts the stuffed animal without you holding it and calms down. It might take many times before the child accepts this as a new strategy for managing negative emotions. I want to just say again that in most cases, when there's an element of self-alienation at the core of this. If you really talk to the teenagers and you cut it down, what did you feel then? What happened then? What happened then? And so it's often back to self-abandonment. Now, look how bad I am. Look how I'm burdening someone. So I find that sometimes if they go and stay in a hostel or a place where there's not such instability in the home all the time, if they are on medication that help them regulating, and if they have someone stable in their life, be it a boyfriend, girlfriend, another adult, there's tremendous improvement in the frequency of this. the opposite is also true. Now, the longer they stay in the environment where they need to numb themselves in order to function because of the dysfunction, the more frequent and more this go on and the more extreme it becomes. The repeating effect is a result of the stress-related body chemicals that triggers the reactivity. A manipulation to avoid a non-preferred activity will look different in detail than a stress episode. I think we've done quite in detail how a stress episode look, the phases of that. So, but we always deal with the self-harm behavior first, and once the child is calmed down, we can move back to the non-preferred activity. Be aware it might lead to another a round of self-harming behavior. It also might be, well, it often is, dysfunctional attempts at self-soothing. Now, it's a form of self-soothing, and they experiencing it as that. So we need to feed the need for a different type of comforting, or the parents need to, or the caregiver, or trusted adult. And lots of these kids have no positive functional ways of comforting themselves. They still have to learn that now, how to nurture themselves, how to be good to themselves, and it directly relates to self-regulation. Most kids will use a combination of blunting and agitation, so sometimes in the level of immobilization, sometimes in hyperarousal. So give a lot of positive affirmations in terms of self-care. If they start being good to themselves in any way, like putting bubbles in the bath with a candle, or daily hygiene, and strengthen the self-care behavior so that it can become self-comforting. For example, a girl that gives special attention to her hair. And also, as a matter of fact, the parent can talk about how to take care of themselves and share how you take care of yourself. What do you do for yourself that is good? Now, so also then normalizing it. Right, we will do the last part tomorrow morning. I think our time is up for today. Thank you for joining me. I will see you tomorrow.